is extremely attractive in many ways. That's not about looks, even, only that.
No,
Uh,
no, not at all.
there are people like there just are people like that. You'll hear people saying, I'd walk to the ends of the earth for that person. It's like that. There are some people who have that ability with people, and they have a responsibility not to abuse that. The next card is the Moon, which is a card of intuition and unconsciousness, in terms of the other levels of the mind. And this is telling me that you should be very clear about your feelings. And it may speak to you in dreams also. I don't get that card very often. It's an interesting card. And by the way, I've got 5 cards
Well,
here, and 3
a
of
little
them are nature
insight. We
cards.
are both enamored by the moon. Just letting
Oh,
you,
good.
just letting you know.
Okay. That's fascinating that would come in. And then the
But I
next
also
card is
know that it's about your hidden self as well.
mm, the next is the Lovers, the card. Now that's another card that has been ruined by movies. The Lovers card signifies not. Sometimes it's just face value. It's about romance. Mostly, it's about a choice. It's about you're going to be facing a choice in this, which is a choice between, in its bluntest terms, the card represents choice between the sacred and the profane. You're not, but it never really works out that black and white. I mean, let's face it, if there was a choice that was that easy to make, we wouldn't even be needing cards. We could do these things. But it just says that you're going to make, there's going to be a point where you're going to have to make a decision about this relationship. The only advice I can give you is the next card is the Three of Cups, which is cups again are romance. Cups are about emotions. See, this is bracketed by the Page of Cups and the Three of Cups. So the cards are responding to what you're asking, which is about romance. The Three of Cups is the Ramani description of that is generally the completion of a matter in fulfillment and in plenty. Sometimes it refers to something happening because of friends, through people you know. But the thing is, threes are completion. Now, what this is telling me is that you're going to be making a choice about this relationship. This isn't going to be too much help to you, except it's going to be reassuring. Let me put it that way. I see that whatever choice that you do make will be the right choice. Okay?
I don't feel it's my choice at this point.
Well, that's the part of the devil card, which is the person is overwhelming in a sense. You know what I mean? It can feel like you're compelled to do these things. And again, it doesn't mean you're being drawn into evil. You know what I mean? It's just
Oh, I know that.
and if that's what you want to do, yeah, but all I'm saying is that the Lover's card indicates a choice in the offing, and that from what I see, you're going to make the right choice. So if you're concerned about making a mistake, I'd say don't be too concerned about that. Trust your inner intuition, which is the moon, right? But right now, you've been in contact with a very, I don't want to say, you see, it's hard to find a word that I don't want to take it as a negative thing, an overwhelming person. And that's not necessarily bad. You know what I mean? It can be a glorious thing.
Well, if I
So,
could add to my query, I don't
mhm.
know if he's going to be able to open his heart enough to finally let me in
Well,
and
there you
give this
go.
a chance.
That that's what you're going to have to decide about. I'll bet. You have to make a decision about where you're going to go, and what you're willing to accept, and what you're willing to not have, or what or that you may look. You may have everything, right? But you need more experience with the person. But what I see is the choice you make is going to be okay. You're going to be, see here, I've got the Ten of Cups. That's a card of cups again. You see, it's a card of happiness. Whatever way this turns out, you're going to be okay. You're going to come out all right. All right. You're going to You have to figure out what you want, what you're willing to pay for it in that sense. Everything has a cost, right? Uh, or it's all benefit. Whichever way you look at it, the decision that you're going to have to make is if you keep this going after you spend some time as people together. That would be, then you'll get the answer to your question. Will he be able to open up and let you in? Okay.
Okay.
But please understand that what I'm saying here, although it doesn't sound particularly helpful, I guess, is that you're not going to make the wrong choice.
Like I said, I don't feel like it's my choice at this point. He's
Well,
dealing with a lot, and
right.
a relationship that's been pretty much over for a year.
Mhm.
And it's about me permeating his heart.
Well,
And that's what I guess I wanted
I guess
to
the
know about.
choice is whether or not you want to continue. Again, I
I
just shuffle
don't
them up.
care to do it with anybody else.
Well, I have the Ace of Cups here. Again, you're getting cup cards, so the cards are responding. This tells me that you have a big heart, and the Temperance card is here. So what you're looking for is the balance. Temperance is about balance. Right now, you feel that the relationship is not quite balanced. Am I correct?
It ebbs and flows. Like I said, we takes like 3 steps forward, 1 step back. you know.
Well, you're working through all that. These long distance things can be very difficult, right? This is that's that's part of the price we pay for the modern communications. But I do see. Let me put it this way: I see nothing but happiness in your future. I see the sun. I see the Ten of Cups. I see all kinds of happy stuff here. Balance, which is the Temperance card. So that's what's telling me is that you will be able to allow this to develop and see where it goes, and you will make the right decision for you.
I know I will, but I don't know if he will.
Well, that would be his concern at that point, wouldn't it? See, let me put it this way. I have another card here that's telling me this. You're at a point of change right now.
Mm-hmm.
This card indicates that one part of your life may be coming to an end and another part is beginning.
Hope so.
And yeah, well, the question then is this going to be with this person or without?
Right.
And you have conflicting feelings. I have the Chariot here. That's a person who's holding two conflicting feelings on course and try to get it moving. But I have faith that you can get it done and do what's best for you. Here I got it again, the Ten of Cups. The cards are still saying that this is what's going on, but there is happiness in your future. You will make the right decision. Okay?
So nothing showing how he truly feels about me.
All I'm seeing now is you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just hang in there and see what develops and see how you feel and see where it's going. Um, the only thing I see about him is, as I said, you're dealing with a powerful, attractive person who can do a lot with you and for you. And the question is, how far will that go, right? That's really the question with all relationships. But you happen to have be involved with somebody who is extra special that way. You know what I mean? So see where it goes. I'm getting the same cards over and over again now, and this is odd because there's a lot of cards in the deck, and now I've got the Lovers again. That's the card of making a choice. So when the time comes, you'll make the right choice. Okay, I wish I could be more specific, but at least I don't see your life going down the drain. You know what I mean? I see good things coming your way. All right?
I hope so. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for your time and energy.
Good luck to you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We look through the magical window of the tarot cards. There I am shuffling them up. And we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern Time on the Ask One Radio Network. You can check out Magic, MAGIC -works.com to see 106 pages of the things that I do. My new popular post there, if you look at the alchemy post, I've got a, oh man, talk about it. See, magic is practical. I know magic is not this woo-woo kind of thing in the sky. And so you look at my page on alchemy and you'll see what I mean, because I include very practical things there. One of the practical things is there was an article recently in the paper on how very expensive pasta sauce is in a jar now. Jarred spaghetti sauce. You can run $9, $10. I show you how to make your own for under $1. You can find that at the alchemy page. Under $1. And you won't know the difference between that and store-bought or homemade for that matter, because it will be homemade. Cheryl in Medicine Hat, Alberta is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, sorry
I'm
to
glad I
interrupt.
got on tonight.
How are you doing tonight, Cheryl?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Yeah. And how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm a little chatty today, though, for some reason. I guess.
Oh, that's
Like,
all right.
I guess that's pretty good if it's radio, right? So, what can I look at for you? What can we look at tonight?
Oh, it just seems like everything in my life is kind of about all up in the air, and I could sure use some guidance. So maybe just a general reading.
Okay. Well, let's see. First of all, this might be helpful to you. Is the Seven of Rods. That is a person who is capable of sweeping away all opposition and dealing with all problems. So you're very good at that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's good to know. The Nine of Coins is here. Now, this is a person who is comfortable being alone. It doesn't mean that you're lonely. It doesn't mean that you're a hermit. It just means that you don't have to be around people all the time. That you're at peace with yourself. That's good. The High Priestess card is here. That is a person who has depths that see behind what's the veil. You see depths that lead to the more important things in life, and it's almost a mystical quality. So that's very good too. What I'm getting good stuff here from you. Now I have the Ace of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune, and then are you looking for new work?
No, I hope to retire in a couple of years, but
Okay, well hey, that's the
I'm
best job there is, right? You know,
I'm looking for a little more financial stability, security.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why I was asking, because the Ace of Coins is about a new stream of money coming in,
Oh,
and the
really?
Knight of Coins is no. Well, before that though, there's the Wheel of Fortune, which says that the conditions now are going to change in your life, and that's followed by the Knight of Coins. See, that's why I asked about money, and when I see money like that coming in, it usually means looking for new work. The Knight of Coins, it also means a new income stream is coming in. Now, the next
Mm,
card, you mentioned retirement, and that's fascinating because the next card is the death card, which doesn't mean dying. That's too many movies have ruined that card. That means
right.
the end
Yeah.
of the end of one period of your life and the beginning of another. So that's what you're planning for, is the new period in your life. And the Ten of Cups is here, which is a card of great happiness and joy, and that tells me that you're gonna be very well prepared for that. So
Good.
the main concern I'm seeing with this new phase of your life that you're going to be entering is financial.
Hmm.
And I do see that you're going to come up with some other ways of making money, of getting more in
Oh,
terms of having more income. The strength card is here too, so you're very determined and a person who has strength. Oh, and here's the Six of Rods. That's about success and triumph. This is very happy reading. It's telling me that financially you're going to get what you want.
wow.
And as this new
And pos-
period of yeah, as this new period of your life commences, you will be prepared for it and you'll do well.
mhm.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it sure does.
Good.
It just gives
So,
me a little boost of confidence and um, kind of eases things a bit.
well, that's one of the important things that these cards do, is that it can show you whether you're on the right track or not. But according to this, you see that when you mentioned retiring, and I'd already had the card, the death card, about one phase of life ending and another one beginning. Now, the reason, of course, that the cards don't really go into predicting death is because that's always there in our future. The further away, the better, usually, But I've been reading for years and years and years, and only one time did I ever see anything that looked remotely like imminent disastrous death, and that's that was just once. But it turned out that it was about somebody else. I didn't want to talk to the person on the air about that. I said, the cards, I got to talk to you privately about this. And it turned out that it involved a child who was murdered. But generally, but that's for all the other cards that were around it. Generally, in this case, it's perfectly it fits perfectly with what you said, that you're going to retire, and that's a wonderful new phase in life. And there you go. And the money is what's on your mind about this, but happiness is there too.
Yeah.
So
could the death card also be like the end of a marriage as well? There's issues there.
It's the end of one phase. If you were specifically asking me about a marriage, there are other cards that directly relate to relationships and things like that. But overall, it really just means that the end of one period of life and the beginning of another.
Right. Yeah.
So it's possible, but did you want to look at a relationship specifically?
Yeah, maybe a couple cards on that. That'd be great.
Okay. Because according to this, you're going to do fine. You're going to cause that change that you want. That's going to lead to more money coming in, and you'll be prepared and happy. Okay, here we go. Not happy stuff here though. This is the Nine of Swords. Is a card of great pain and sorrow. Has there been pain and sorrow in the marriage?
For many years already. Yes.
Okay, that is easily the saddest card in the deck. The next is the Judgment. The Judgment card is about rebirth, and the Death card is there next. You see, you asked me about that, and here it is. It could mean that this is coming to an end.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is too.
And here's the Wheel of Fortune, which is about things changing.
Mm-hmm.
After the Wheel of Fortune is the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and contentedness. So, wow, this is pretty heavy duty. I'm surprised that, you asked me if the Death card could mean that, and there's that card. It's right next to the Judgment card, too. So as this happens, it's going to lead to a rebirth for you also, and a new phase in life for you.
That's right. Where I'm going to get my joy back and peace. And not that I don't have that now. I have wonderful family and friends.
Oh, sure. I understand.
Yeah.
The Nine of Swords is about sorrow and sadness, and you don't want to continue with that. Why not? Why should you, right? I mean, there's times when we have to suffer through something, and there's other times when we, do what we have to not. And it's, and it looks to me like the Judgment card means, you're going to blow that horn and be reborn, and the Death card means that the new phase of life begins. The Wheel of Fortune means that the situation is going to change, and the Four of Rods is about happiness. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So you got three major cards in there too. So it's about an important issue in your life.
Yeah.
Things are going to be good for you.
I think so. Yeah. I'm glad I got to talk to you tonight.
My pleasure. Call again some other time.
I sure will.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye.
And let's shuffle them up. See, that's fascinating. This is what I mean. But some people believe the tarot cards are alive, literally alive. So the question is, could that card also refer to the marriage? And then I read about the marriage, and there's that card. Unreal, huh? I've been doing this for 10,000 years, it feels sometimes, but I never take these cards for granted. Deborah in Delaware is next. Hi, Deborah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good, thanks.
Great. What can I look at for you?
Well, I want to take a look at finances.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Well, the first card I've got is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of joy and enjoyment and satisfaction and happiness, followed by the Ace of Coins, which is a new source of money coming in. That's a good one, for finances. The Wheel of Fortune, I get that a lot today. That the situation, whatever situation you're in now, is going to be changing. Oh, the Six of
Right.
Coins. The Six of Coins is a card of philanthropy. The Six of Coins is a card about getting money, about somebody laying some cash on you here. Now, that could be a gift or it could be work. There's money coming your way there. And the more important card to me
Yeah,
is the Ace.
selling some properties.
Oh boy, there you go. You're going to do all right with that, according to this. My favorite card here, though, is the Ace of Swords, because the Ace of Swords is about your mind is expanding, your mind is growing, you're changing the way you think and see the world. Am I correct?
100%, Elliot. I have to.
Yeah, well,
Mhm.
there it is. You're doing
Absolutely.
you're doing really well with that, according to this, and that's going to give you the things that you want. Let's see. Yep, that's the Knight of Coins is here. The Two of Coins. Here's the Seven of Coins. All these coins. Yeah, money, right? It's coming. The money's coming.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're surrounded. You're
I'm
surrounded by
auctioning
money.
off.
You're surrounded by money cards. So yeah, you're gonna do all right.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I'm auctioning off some properties and just, really trying to restructure my finances. And yeah, it's been a learning experience. So yeah, my whole outlook has changed.
Well, here's the Page
Even
of Coins again.
hmm?
Here's the Page of Coins. That's the beginning of the actual appearance of money. So it's not like the Knight of Coins is theoretical. The page means it's here. So yeah, you're going to do all right, money-wise. And I get here. I shuffled up the cards, and here it is again: the Ace of Swords and the Six of Coins. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's money coming your way.
Yeah, thank God. Let me ask you now, because the ex-husband is coming home from jail. I really don't want him here with me,
Mm-hmm.
but he has no place else to go. How is that going to work out for me, Elliot?
Well, if you don't want that, is there anything you can do? Is there any legal actions you could take?
Oh, yeah, I will. It's just,
Okay.
I'm just going to help him get on his feet and everything like that. And, yeah, and then get senior citizen housing.
Well, you see, I've got the Two of Swords, which is about kind of like a situation that isn't going anywhere. It's like a stalemate situation. So be careful that it doesn't become something sticky, that you get stuck in.
Okay.
That's it. Other than that, I mean, the cards I see looking into ahead for you, Four of Rods. I keep getting that today. It's happy home, especially. And the Sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. Do I have to tell you this again? The Six of Coins. It's the third time it's shown up when I shuffle the cards for you. That is the card that you take a look at it. It shows a person handing out money. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to do well with these the sales, according to this. But with the situation you're talking about, it's like just a warning to just be careful that it doesn't become a situation you're stuck in.
Yeah, I've been stuck for 36 years, and I just want to be free. But I'm going to push him to, he's at
mojoacademy.org, magic-works.com, magick-works.com is my website with 106 pages of all kinds of information and free stuff and things to do and all of that. So I am going to bid farewell now and remind you once again that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become, well, that's your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And this is your Mini Medium on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so excited to start this day off with, or I should say, start this night off with some amazing connections, because I have had so many even today as I've been doing readings privately with clients. So I always go and base kind of how the day's going to be off of my first reading. And my first reading for today was just incredible and just so magical. So I'm expecting the night to be the same here with the Mini Medium show. And tonight, after we do the podcast here at 7:30 Mountain Time, which is 9:30 Eastern and 6:30 Pacific, I believe. So if you have time and you're interested after the show, hop on to my Facebook page, Mini Medium. I will be doing free readings for a couple hours. So my Wednesdays are full of beautiful energy and connections with the other side and intuitive connections. So if you were not around or you didn't get a chance to listen to last week's episode, please, I encourage you to go watch. Last week was incredible. So the connections, the energy, I couldn't have asked for a better night. And I have to say, I chalk it up to even the Mercury retrograde that we're in. So there's some goodness out of this Mercury retrograde. I know that I've struggled a little bit with this one for sure. And I've noticed many clients are in that same boat. So if you've been feeling it, just know we're almost done, my friends. We've got about 9 more days. And ironically, so the 15th is where we come out of Mercury retrograde, where Mercury goes direct. Then the 14th, we have the new moon. So a lot of this energy that is coming, you're going to notice that relationships are going to be really starting to open up about any past shadow work that hasn't really been brought to the table. I call it my come to Jesus talk. You'll all, relationships will sit together and really just start to open up and really to face your truths and get out the stuff that has been sitting with you that you haven't been able to resolve. So if you're feeling in the next week that you are wanting to really cleanse some of the shadow work that is from your past when it comes to relationships, just watch for that. It's coming. The best thing for you to do is breathe, collect your thoughts. I always say count to 10 if you have to, and then you'll see how you're able to articulate your thoughts and open up that beautiful throat chakra. So hang in there, friends. We're almost done. And once the 15th comes, 16th, this Gemini is ready to hit the ground running. I've got lots of amazing events this month and one next month. So I'm excited. Okay. All right. With that said, let's pull our affirmation. And I actually pulled it before we started. So kudos to Steph this time. I'm such a last minute procrastinator type person, and I'm always running late. So I feel like my podcast, I think my producer would say that I'm pretty punctual, but I try. So, okay. So today, the affirmation for everybody, I used these beautiful these are water affirmations. So I'll show on the camera here. How beautiful. Such a beautiful, I don't even know what kind of flower that is. Maybe some kind of lily, but it shows the Trinity. So the flow of energy. So the first point is fertility. The second point is Trinity. And then the message that is your affirmation says, yes, trust the process as divine love always refines. So if you think about it, this reminds me, I have to tell you that this really reminds me of a client today where there was some tension with family and friends. And ultimately, I told my client that just to relax, trust the process, but your divine love will overcome any kind of obstacles. So stay connected to that positive energy, and you'll see even these difficult situations can actually come out in your favor. So, like I say, all that energy that goes out in the universe comes right back. So make sure it's positive and as optimistic as you can. Okay. All right. Well, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and grab my first caller, and I have Shauna from Alabama. Hi, Shauna. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, hon. How can I help you tonight?
I was just needing clarification. I've met someone, and I'm just kind of wanting to know a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, is it going to work? Is it, you know, is it going to go further?
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you and see if they give us any kind of guidance. Okay. So in my readings, I don't necessarily read the tarot cards, but I use them as a guide or a tool or a validation of what my gifts are showing me. This is very interesting. So, and I'll show it on the camera. So if you go back and watch on Moonstruck TV on YouTube or on Facebook, I'm using chakra cards. Are you familiar with what your chakras are?
It's a what?
Are you familiar with what your chakras are?
No.
Okay. Okay. That's okay, hon. So really chakras are, I call them kind of your rechargeable batteries within your soul, within your energy. And one of the chakras that you have is called your solar plexus. And the solar plexus is yellow. Solar plexus is your gut. And you happen to pull two cards that are yellow within the chakra cards. So how I interpret that also is where you need to trust your gut because the excuse me, the solar plexus, the gut, is really where a lot of your decisions come from. So let me ask you. Sometimes people will come to me just for validations of their feelings, but what is your gut telling you about him? Um, I'll tell you, you have a very beautiful intuition, and that's the only reason why I'm asking.
He's genuine. Like, this man, I really like him, and he makes me feel like no other man has. He's genuinely sincere, but he's still kind of holding on to an ex, kind of, that, you know, he can't, it's hard for him to let go of, but he wants to move forward, but he don't know how, and he got scared. And I guess that's why, you know, I was wanting clarification, you know, of, are we going to be going forward? I
Right,
kind of, it's
right.
like, in my gut, I feel like, yes, you know, it is going to happen, but I get in
It's
my
hard
head.
because right, exactly. Your heart kind of overcomes the gut feeling, right? It's like your intuition will
Yes.
say, "Oh, I'm not too sure," but the heart always it speaks louder sometimes, and which is completely normal because that is the human side of us. So we are souls having human experiences. So the soul, which is where your solar plexus is, where that gut is, that's why they say trust your gut, because that's where ultimately your center is and what you should trust and listen to. I agree with you. I like him. I like what I feel. I feel like that the two of you have a very like when you met him, it's that feeling of, gosh, I feel like I've known you forever. Did that happen with him?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my
Right.
God, yes.
And you feel
Yes,
like you can
like
yeah, you feel you
my,
can be
my heart
completely
skips a beat.
raw. Right. Right. And conversations just flow. There's no effort. Um,
No.
so I like him. And you're right. There was something I felt that was pulling him away from committing with you, and now I understand why. And now with the ex that he's struggling to move on from, um, well, I don't feel like they have any reason to have to be together. Does that make sense?
It's the baby.
Yeah. Okay. Um, so there's of course that boy. Okay. As I see him, he's holding on to a lot of how he grew up and wanting to make sure his child has a father in, their life, so he's not wanting to repeat, same behaviors. Does that make sense?
I've felt that. Yes, I've felt that from
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. So here's what I see, even future wise. I get numbers a lot of the times, and there'll be validations. And I have clients come to me, and boy, they'll be like, Stephanie, you are crazy. I have no idea what you're talking about. And I just say, you know what, just keep it with you. Keep it on your mind. It will happen. It will come, and people will come back and go, "Oh my gosh, I thought you were crazy, but this actually did happen." And so, as I see future wise, tapping into clairvoyancy, I kept getting the number 18. Now, 18 for me, just so you know, this will be the 18th of a month. This can be the age of 18, and also be the year 2018. Sometimes it can be January 8th as well, so 1 and 8. Um, so, with that said, does that click in any way with you and or him?
We started talking in the 8th month.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so in August. Okay, so how would you connect with January? Do you
My
connect
brother,
with that
well,
with the first?
nothing, not with me and him.
Okay. Do you connect with a loved
My
one who has
brother's
passed?
death.
Say that again.
My brother passed away. My brother passed away in January of 18.
Okay. Your brother is here with me, my friend. I'm telling you, these messages and connections have been so incredible. And um, the 18 has been with me all day today. I had this happen last week as well. And so not only are we getting a beautiful connection for you and relationship wise, but now your brother steps in to let us know he's here. And that's my strongest gift
You
of
know,
mediumship.
the craziest
Go
thing
ahead.
is he's got my brother's crystal blue eyes.
Oh my gosh. And I can't help but think that this man was gifted to you by your brother. As someone that he felt he would have loved, got along with, had a lot in
He
common.
would have.
uh, yep.
He would
Yeah.
have.
Absolutely, hon. And this is why before my show started, I kept seeing 18 and couldn't quite figure out what this was. And this is what our souls on the other side do. And so I'm going to tell you, your brother, without a doubt, is going to be right by your side, guiding you through, even this relationship. I can feel him here within my presence. And one of the things I feel most important that he's wanting to protect you, because I just heard him say, "My sister falls hard, so you must be one that falls hard." He
I
said, "You just,
do. Oh my God, I
yeah,
do.
yeah," and yep. He says that you have
And this
he says
guy's
you have,
offer gives me everything that I need and I want from a man. He gives me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that would be what your brother would do, right? Your brother would make sure you are gifted, a man that is going to be what you want and even need. Um, so here's even future wise for you. I want you to know here in about the next 6 weeks. So that's putting us in October. Um, I really feel there's going to be a big shift in your relationship. Now, this is what's interesting. I just thought about this. So I had just mentioned, I don't know if you heard me telling everybody beforehand that right now we're in Mercury retrograde, meaning Mercury, the planet Mercury went in hiding. So energy is very intense right now. A lot of people are struggling emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually. But those lessons are karmic lessons. They're good karma or bad karma, and they're taught to really help us. And so right now, I want you to just take a deep breath and just trust the universe or God, whoever you feel your higher power, to make sure that this next 9 days, because we have till the 15th when that energy kind of gets better, if you will, then the new moon on the 14th, the new moon is that time to manifest what you want to have happen in your life. So, right about that time, about the 14th, but I would also say wait till after the 15th. So, around about the 16th, 17th of this month will be a good time to really express how you feel for him. And I feel like you have, but I also
Yes.
feel I feel there's been a little bit of reservation too about sharing with him. But that's okay when you're ready, and even when he's ready. So right about October, my friend, I would say just be prepared for this shift, really to open up that door of, okay, are we making this work, or are we going to just say, it was a karmic lesson and go on our own way? Um, because I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you put a lot of time and energy into something that could possibly not work out. Now, but what I love, even with your brother coming through, is boy, he's going to make and do everything in his power to make this work. So I feel good about it. I just say it's going to take some time. So
Okay.
yeah, just around that October time. Whose birthday's in October or a celebration?
Mm,
Or who loves Halloween?
I love Halloween. My brother likes Halloween.
Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. Your brother's shown me this huge celebration and connected with October. So very much I feel that, just him validating that this is him. But I hopefully this helped you, my friend. And I feel like, just give it some time, and really,
Okay.
watch for those beautiful signs from your brother, because he'll be right there, guiding and protecting you. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, my friend, you're welcome. And if you happen to still be up, I know you're in Alabama. I'm not sure what time you are there. Is it Eastern? What time is it right now?
We 7:19.
Oh, okay. So you're just an hour ahead of me. I'm in Utah. So if you're up at 7:30, which would be 8:30 your time, on my Facebook page, Mini Medium, I do free readings for 2 hours, and we have such a fun group of just beautiful, soulful people. And I just sit for 2 hours and give readings. And if you're free,
What was
pop
the name
on.
of the group?
It's just like my show, hon. Mini Medium.
Mini Medium.
Uh-huh. Yep. I'm 5 feet tall.
Awesome.
My husband named me.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh. You're so welcome, my friend. Have a beautiful night. Thanks for calling.
You too. Be blessed.
Okay. All right. You as well, hon. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. Wonderful. These connections are wonderful, beautiful, amazing. And now I have my second caller. This is Meg from San Diego. Hi, Meg.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. Good, good. How are you, hon?
I'm good. I'm extremely excited to connect with you. I've been listening to you since you started, and I think you're amazing.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That means so much to me. Thank you. I love it. Well, I'm glad we got connected together.
Yeah.
Tell me what I can do for you.
Well, let's see. Connect with a loved one, and then my spiritual development right now.
Okay. Okay. I love it. Okay. How are you doing through this retrograde right now?
I had some difficulty over the weekend, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of difficulty. And then let's just be honest, I'm from California and we have therapists. So I did not get therapy on Monday because it was Labor Day.
Oh,
that would have been nice.
You know, I am a firm believer that we all should be in therapy.
Yeah,
It's
I think
just
so. It doesn't matter who you are, where
yeah,
you are. I think it's good. Yeah.
absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And it's good to get out things that you don't really necessarily feel you can share with others, that are close to you. So um and the reason I asked how you were doing with this retrograde, because I could feel just the energy going with you is a bit scattered. It feels like it's that saying I go, especially when you go on a spiritual journey and you're having your spiritual awakening or spiritual ascension. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know, right? So
Right.
it's like it's going down different rabbit holes. And so it can be very overwhelming. What is your zodiac sign?
I'm a Cancer.
Cancer. Okay. Okay. So yeah, and that would make sense even with Cancer. You know, they're very hard on the outside per se, but very mushy on the inside. They have a beautiful soul, and their attention is beautiful. So my son is a Cancer, and it fits him. It's just perfect. So I pulled some cards for you, and I actually happened to pull. I'm using my chakra cards today, and so I've been seeing the number 18 and the number 14 all day today. Do you connect with those numbers in any way offhand?
Um, hmm, 14, 18. No, not on the top of my head. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, okay, that's fine. No worries. Just keep in mind. I mean, my last caller, the 18, did connect with her beautifully, but those two numbers have been very significant, and I feel, if anything, they're connected to your loved
Okay.
ones that have
Can I
passed.
ask you a question? You said 14 and 18.
Yes.
Is that 32?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because earlier today I was actually meditating. And I got the number 32.
You just gave me chills. You just gave me chills. And that can be just that. I don't get numbers. I don't get two numbers like that. It was like I was meditating, getting ready for my show. I saw the number 18 and then 14 popped up. I thought, okay, there's got to be a reason. And, our guides kind of play games with us, right? And so
Yeah.
they're saying, okay, we're going to have and a significant connection validation. So absolutely, we were meant to connect tonight, hon. I love it. It's just I got chills. um, so continuing with the cards too, but also some feelings I'm getting, and even getting some downloads. The two cards that you pulled are red, and red is your root chakra. So when that root chakra is not, that not working correctly, under or overactive, you struggle with feeling grounded. So if you think of a big old tree with big old roots, it's grounded. So nothing ultimately can topple it over, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right now, I say do some grounding. Go outside, take your shoes off, socks off, put your feet in the grass, go to a lake, a river, get yourself connected to Gaia or Mother Earth. because I do feel like once we come out of this retrograde, you're going to see what I call a level up in your spiritual journey. So, meaning that
Great.
you're going to have your awakening. So, which is beautiful. I'm so excited for you. It's incredible.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. I think, if we had more spiritual people in this world, we would be a better world. I'm telling you. It's just my own opinion.
Right.
But, you know. So here's some things too that I'm getting, and I feel like this can very well be connected to loved ones on the other side. Okay. Boy, okay. I just heard there's my baby girl. There's my baby girl. So
Okay.
but very connected to a father figure. So I'm getting very male energy coming in. So have you lost your dad, or is this grandfather?
Probably my grandfather, but my mom was extremely close to my grandfather.
Okay. Okay. When I hear baby girl, it's a lot of the time it's because you're the only girl or you're the youngest. Does that
I'm the
fit with
youngest.
you? Yep.
I'm the youngest.
Perfect. Okay, beautiful. Okay. And mom has passed, right? You said mom has passed?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking at her picture right now.
Oh, beautiful. I love it. So she, yeah, I very much a very, boy, she's a strong energy. She's very fiery. She's very fiery.
She's what? Very fiery? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Dynamic?
Spicy, I call it. Uh-huh. Yep. She's also, she's showing me, okay. She showed me the number 7. She says 7. Tell her. So July or the 7th of a month. Does that resonate with you?
I'm July. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay, wonderful. So just mom validating that her beautiful baby girl was born in July. That's why she's showing the 7. Oh my goodness. My producers tell me I got about less than a minute, hon.
Oh no.
I know. So let me tell you, if you are available tonight, here in an hour.
I am.
Okay. Hop on my Facebook. It's Mini Medium. And I give free readings tonight for 2 hours. So here in an hour, hop on, make sure you comment, let me know it's you, and we'll continue this beautiful connection, okay?
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome, Hannah. And I can't wait to see you in a little bit.
So it's in an hour, you said?
Yes, at 7:30 Mountain Time, so 6:30 your time, I believe, in California.
Okay, and then do I access that through your Facebook page?
Yes, go to Facebook, go to Mini Medium, you'll see me and the events on there. Hop on and comment, and we'll continue this beautiful connection.
I look forward to it, and you will hear from me because I'll have an exclamation point.
Oh, good. I'll watch for you. Okay, and thank you for calling. I'll see you soon.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour.
Okay, hon. All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Oh, I had to wrap up. It's such a beautiful show tonight. Amazing connections as always. I'll see you next week. Bye, guys.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, my favorite radio station. I am Suzanne, and I'm here to do a reading. I hope I get a really good caller tonight. How is everyone doing? It is now September, and we are having 7 planets that are retrograde. So I hope that everyone has their seatbelt on and really doing well, dealing with all the transformations and changes that are going on now. I am available for private readings at psychicpaths.com. That's my website. And you can also find me on Facebook and X, I guess it's called now, and Instagram and TikTok. So I'm all on those if you would like to contact me, and just email me a message. Please read all my reviews. So I am in Minnesota, and it's just finally gotten over the heat. So it feels really good to be here. And yeah, it's really good. So I am very, very interested in kindness and love. I think that love is the answer. And I think that God is love and love is action. So let's try to be loving and kind to one another. I really base my whole theme of what I do as service to others for loving one another. There's no need to be unkind. There's no excuse to be unkind. Love is the answer, and love will always be the answer. It's sometimes very hard to do, but necessary if we're going to survive whatever this world gives us. So, with that being said, I just want everyone to be okay and doing well for September. This is a whole new month, and I hope everyone is excited. We've got Lindy in Cumberland Waters. Hello.
Hello?
I love
Hello?
your name. How are you?
Oh, do you? Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. What can I help with tonight?
Oh, sorry, a reference. Just moving, and just anything that you can get on that.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me see what Spirit has to say. So what the Spirit is trying to say is there's a lot of movement in your life. Are you feeling a lot of
Yes.
things going on? And
Yes.
some of that is not you. That is, some of that has nothing to do with what you want. It's just a lot of movement going on. Is there a lot of change going on?
Yeah. I found a place that I like. Is that I'm wondering whether that's the one for me.
It just feels like there's a lot of movement, and I think that you're in the middle of it. It's not just started. You're right in the middle of it, and it's asking you to adjust and adapt and to make your own decisions in your own way with all these changes going on. It feels like you're in the middle of it. not the end of it, not the beginning of it. Um,
Oh, okay.
and I feel like it's exhausting for you. Whatever's going on is
Yeah.
exhausting.
Yeah.
Just remember that you are loved from the other side and you are protected.
Yeah.
And whatever is going on right now, it is in your best interest, even if it doesn't feel like it. Something good is at the end of
Yeah, I
this.
do deep down. I do deep down feel that. Yeah,
Good.
because I've made a move and I've sort of left my job. So I don't know. Do you see anything for work for me up here?
Hang on, let me see. I do feel like very soon you will have another job. And I feel like
Okay. Yeah.
even though you're exhausted, you're trying.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel the exhaustion.
Yeah.
Um, let me see.
Do you feel it's with animals, my job?
Is that what you're doing? I see something big and square, but I didn't know what that was. Does that have something to do with animals? I bet
I
it
don't
does,
know.
like
I don't know.
like a carrier. Would you have something to do with a
Oh,
carrier? Because I
what's the
seen you
carrier?
where you
Maybe
put
it's me.
animals in.
Ah, no,
Um,
just would be home care.
okay. I feel like whatever it is, you're gonna love it. That's
Oh,
that that
good.
seems to
Okay.
be that seems to be part of the change. Whatever
Okay.
you're doing, you're
And then
going to like it.
I'm feeling a little bit isolated at the moment. Do you feel like I'm going to draw my tribe to me somehow? And how do I do that? Because I've made a move away from my whole life, kind of thing.
What you could do is if you have Facebook, do you have Facebook?
Yeah, I do.
Go on the community page and see if there's a community
Yeah,
page.
I have done that. Yeah, yeah,
Good.
I've just
Connect
done
with
that. I
them and
thought that
just
might be a good start.
even just I've seen on my community page, does anyone want to have a cup of coffee with me? And they usually
Yeah.
get like 20 to 30 answers. Yes, where are you?
Oh, yeah,
Um,
yeah,
I
yeah,
think I think this move was necessary, and I think it
yeah,
was healthy. You've chosen to do something healthy for yourself. And I think only good
yeah,
things are going to happen. I don't feel like you can hear this and feel this yet, but it's all going to be
yeah.
positive. It just
That sounds
feels like
good.
the I think it's the Eight of Wands that makes really swift decisions on movement. I feel like you were blown away by everything going on or needing to go on.
Yeah.
But I feel like you're really
You
going to
feel
be
like,
blessed.
yeah, okay.
What were you
Do,
what
do
were you
you
going to
feel like
say?
I'll move into my own home soon? Do you feel like I'll move into my own home soon?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's the one that I've got my eye on at the moment that I'm going to look at on the weekend.
does it have white on it?
Yeah, it's white.
Okay. And I see two men going to help you. I see two men going to
Oh,
help
okay.
you. I don't know who they
To
are,
move.
but I seen two men
Okay.
help you. I feel like it's a
Yeah.
dream come true.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah,
It's a place that doesn't have much of land to look after. Is that the one that doesn't have land? Really, not much land. Like a double-story white
it feels like it's very
weatherboardy
light.
kind of house.
It's very
Yeah.
light on the inside. Have you seen the inside? Because it feels really light.
Yeah,
The
I
inner,
have. Yeah, I have been inside. It's got floorboards and um, yeah,
I
it's
feel
kind of
like
nice inside.
it feels like you're going to get what you want. and it feels like this will stop. I feel like this movement and this change and all these transformations are going to be done around the end of October. I feel like you're going to be
Okay.
settled by the end of October, and you will be
Oh,
on a
okay.
more
This one
solid
is
ground.
actually, the settlement is like the 3rd of November. Sorry?
Let's see.
Okay.
It feels like maybe it's the beginning of all that settling in October then. It feels like everything gets settled in October. So if you're looking at a settlement in November, at the beginning of November, maybe everything is just planned out on time and date and place in October. You know, like come on down
Yeah.
and
Okay.
sign, or come on down and get the money,
Well, I
or,
think
you
that,
know,
yeah, well, this one I'll probably have to, the money I have, this one to sort of, if it's this one that I'm thinking of going for on the weekend, I'll probably have to make an offer this weekend.
okay. I still feel like you're in the middle of everything, and I feel like the end is October. I feel like by the
Okay.
middle of October, you should know everything clearly. Everything will be in
Okay.
view. So
Okay.
you don't.
That's
I
not long.
want you to know that all this transformation is temporary, and please remember that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're in a good place to get the things that you want.
Yeah. This one's near one of
Absolutely.
my daughters, like really quite close to my daughters. Is that what you say? That I live close to one of my daughters?
I see a daughter that is close. Has she got a funny kind of personality? Because I feel like she's really upbeat.
Oh, okay.
She's.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
see her being silly, a little bit silly. Maybe
Oh,
she's
yeah, she can be
happy,
silly.
but I
Yeah.
feel like
I'm
yes.
not that happy at
And
the
then
moment, but hopefully.
she's going through her own transitions too right now, and that's
Yeah.
her
Yeah.
temporary. But I feel like she's going to be
Yeah.
happy relatively soon, right along with you. Because when I see you in front of the house,
Yeah.
she's being happy and silly. So I think it's
Oh,
going
good.
to
And
be good for both
working
of you.
together?
Yes,
Yeah. Do you think that we might work together?
I do. I think that she's right along with you, wanting to deal with animals, wanting to work with animals.
Yeah, yeah, so I just wondered if this place I'm looking at is suitable for that.
It's a very good energy in there, and I think you'll do well.
Yeah.
I think you're going to do okay.
Thank you.
Just remember this transition is temporary. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
You have a very good day.
Sorry?
And thank you for calling. I appreciate your
Oh,
call.
thank you. Thank you for that. It's helpful. So I'm taking from that I probably will go for this house.
Yes. Thank you so much, and please have a good week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reverend Maria Leggett, and I'm coming to you from Dayton, Ohio, and I am super excited to be on here as I am every Wednesday. I don't know how you guys are experiencing this energy, but, you know, with Jupiter in retrograde, there's been lots of emotions going on, lots of things happening. And so I am just trying to find my inner peace and go within and just find all the things that I need to find to let go of. If for any reason you would like to receive a daily card, you can join me on Instagram or on Facebook at Maria Leggett Medium. And I post a daily card on there. And if you join my email list at marialeggett.com, you will be able to receive an Energy of the Week email on Sunday evening. Sometimes it comes out on Monday, but generally on Sunday evening. And that way you'll be able to have information for the energy that's coming up for the week. And the daily cards just help you to kind of understand the information and the stuff that we're going through that day. And I release it at 6 a.m. Eastern. And so whatever time zone you're in, that's when you'll be able to access that information. So I am super happy to be on here with everybody. On my website today, I did a private reading that wasn't listed on my site, and I had a lot of fun doing it. It was an Akashic record reading, and it's one of those things that Spirit has asked me to start doing and to start working on, and it's something that I know I'm going to start working with. So watch my website. Go to marialeggett.com, MariaLeggett, and click on Book with Me, and you'll be able to see how you can schedule a reading. And I'm going to have the Akashic record reading up there, and it's going to be a 45 or 60-minute reading. I'm not sure, whatever Spirit wants me to do. So I cannot wait to start doing those. I had such an amazing experience tonight doing these Akashic record readings. And, you know, there's so much information for us listed up in the Akashic records. It is a beautiful place for us. You know, we carry our energy with us every moment of every day. So no matter where we go, no matter what we do, we are carrying our Akashic records with us. And it doesn't matter if it is this lifetime, if it is a prior lifetime, or a lifetime that is yet to come. And so those records are available to us at any point in time. And I can't wait to be able to work with everybody on that. So, all right, we have a caller, Lawrence in Tampa. Hello, Lawrence. How are you this evening?
Hello, good, thank you.
What can I do for you this evening?
So, it's my first time with you, so I don't know exactly how this works. I have a question about my relationship with my husband, because I have the feeling that he's cheating on me, but I don't have really any proof, and he said no, so I would like to know more a little bit about that.
Okay, so this is a relationship with your partner or your husband?
Yes, my husband.
Okay. Okay. All right, Lawrence, no problem. So I'm going to say my prayer and we'll hop right into it. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Mother, Father, God, thank you very much for this moment in time. Thank you for allowing me to be of service to Lawrence today. As we open the door to communication with the great I Am presence, we know that all words spoken will be with your wisdom, truth, love, and understanding in the highest. In this moment, we ask for the veil to be lifted and any crossover loved one, ancestor, spirit guide, spirit animal, please come through with messages for Lawrence in their highest good about their relationship. Amen. So Lawrence, what they're showing me is there's, I want to talk about like unaccounted time, where there are times where you can't get a hold of your husband. There are times when there they're not accessible to you. And this is part of what is causing doubt in your mind, that they are not being faithful to you. Do you understand this?
Mhm.
And what Spirit is showing me is that you question, and they're showing me that there's also some dissension or discomfort in the relationship. And it's not just about trust. It's like there's just an uncomfortableness between the two of us. I'm not happy with some things, they're not happy with some things. And Spirit is showing this to me as though anything can be worked through, but we have to be willing to sit down and be open and honest with the person about how we're feeling, even if they're not going to be open and honest, because at least you know that you came from it, a very honest point of being able to sit with them and say, hey, listen, I'm feeling this way and this is what's happening. And you can be vulnerable in those places. But Spirit is showing it to me as though you're afraid to be vulnerable because you've been hurt before. And some of that hurt from previous relationships have carried into this. Do you understand this?
Yes, I understand that.
And so Spirit wants you to begin working on healing the trauma from your prior relationships, because that's going to be able to help you to show up more comfortable in this relationship.
Mhm.
And Spirit is showing it to me as though what you're working through now with your spouse, there's nothing that you cannot get through, but that you both have to be willing to address these issues head on. And the easiest way to do is for you to recognize that there are times when you are feeling anxiety in your chest over, I don't know where they're at, I don't know what they're doing, because your mind immediately is going back to, this is what this other person did to me, and now I don't trust them. Does that make sense?
Yes, but we are sitting down and we spoke about that. But I really have this
Yeah.
feeling that he's cheating on me. I know I have somebody in my mind, but he keeps saying no. It's just a friend that he needs to speak with her. So I don't
Yeah. And so this is, the beauty of Spirit is we each and every one have our own intuition. We know things just because we know them, and we don't always know why we know them. And so when this is happening, this is Spirit's way of talking to you. So if you already have this suspicion, then you may want to start asking those questions, because it's more important for you to trust yourself in what's happening with you. And I can see certain things and I can tell you certain things, but there's free will. And so, and by free will, I mean, you can say that, okay, he's not, but if he is, then that's his free will. And so at this point, you have to be able to trust what you're feeling and say, okay, we need to get this out in the open. And then you need to decide, do I want to work on this? Is this something that I want to do, continue going forward? And the only way that you can do that is to have that conversation, especially since you said you've already had that conversation. Now you can go through the process of confirming, yes, this is happening. And then you can look at how you handle it going forward. But it's going to be really important for you to work on the trauma before this relationship, because if you don't, then this is going to continue happening as a pattern in your life, because Spirit is bringing these things up to you for you to heal them, so that you can learn to begin to trust yourself again and trusting other people, because they're showing me that you feel very unsafe in the world sometimes. Do you understand this?
know. Yes, I do.
And so it's going to be really important for you to begin to feel comfortable and feel safe. And that's when you can start to trust, and you don't have to question, listen, you said you were going to go to the grocery store and it's been 2 hours. Where are you? And you can just know that you'll be able to trust your partner and have a comfortable feeling with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But you don't. So I mean, you don't see anything or what?
I'm sorry?
What can you see on your side?
What I can see is that so what Spirit is showing me is a closed door. And that closed door to me is saying very specifically, there are things I do not want you to see, things that I do not want you to know. And I cannot ethically go in and check on his energy because you're asking for the reading. If he were to say, hey, listen, you can tell my wife anything you want to know about me, then I would be able to tell you that. What I can tell you is Spirit is very clearly showing me that there are doors and there are things that are being kept from you so that you don't know them. And you have to decide if you are willing to open that door and see what's behind it to be able to work through it and figure out how you want to move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. This is good. Spirit is showing it to me as though you've already tried to start doing your own kind of research. So I don't know if because they're showing me like doing laundry and going through pockets and checking clothing for smells and things like that. So if you're doing these kind of things, you definitely want to be able to sit down and have that conversation.
No, I don't, because she's not in this company.
Oh, okay. Got you. So it's definitely, do your research. And if you know for a fact, then you can sit them down and say, here's what I'm feeling, here's what I'm experiencing, and I need to get this out in the open so that we can figure it out and either, work through the issues, or then you have to decide how you want to move forward in the relationship. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we did that already.
Yeah. So if you guys have already done that and these closed doors are still there, then you definitely have some decisions that you're going to want to make.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh, I am so happy to have had all of you on here this evening. I am grateful for the show, grateful to be able to be with each of you. If you like Oracle cards, you can head over to my online temple, which is Temple of the Sacred Circle. And in there, I am selling my online, it's a downloadable chakra card set. And so we have all 7 chakras, and then we have 7 that are all 7 chakras together. So there are 49 cards. It's a beautiful downloadable file, and it's only $10 US. So you can download this, print it, and then I show you exactly how you can laminate it, and you'll be able to pull these cards for yourself every single day. This is going to help you be able to recognize what chakra do I need to work on, what information is important for me to know today, so that you can begin stepping into working with your own spirit team. And if you would like, on this same site, templeofthesacredcircle.org, I have a free Practice Your Intuition course that you can do with me. It's a live coaching session. It is on the first Tuesday of every month. And then we have a mediumship development circle. It's called Developing Your Intuition, on the second Tuesday of every month. And that is $33 US. I would love to see all of you in there practicing, meeting you, and teaching you how to meet your spirit team. Thank you so much to all of you for being here with me. I am so grateful. I hope you have an absolutely amazing rest of your day or evening, depending on where you are in the world. Namaste. Have a good one.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. Oh, how I love you. I love you so. So, here's the thing. I'm having a little volume problem tonight. So if we're talking and I go like this, that just means yell it. So, but dress up for you tonight. Did the fair hair, rocking a little kind of one of the nicer things. I gained about 30 pounds in the last 6 months because I was dealing with a lot of grief. I wasn't doing anything different, just crying a lot. But I still love my body. And the nice thing is now I have a balcony you could do Juliet off of. Anyway, I am here to take your calls and to hear your questions and your real concerns, because this is what I'm good at. Everybody's good at something. I'm good at this, and got to think about the rest of that. But we're live, so call in from Sydney, from Ireland, from Scotland, Wales, where else? New Zealand, all of Australia, Canada, the US, Jupiter. If you happen to just be free floating through the galaxy, just, call anyway. So I haven't sung in the show for a long time because it's always like, am I going to embarrass myself? But sod it. So I was walking around New York and they have these storefront, it used to be called gypsies, but since they're Romany people, now we call them Romanies. They're storefronts with Sister Liza, reader and advisor, and a big neon palm for hand reading. Come in, I'll answer all your questions. And I walked by one that used to be there all the time, but New York's gotten so fancy that all the small, fun, quirky businesses are kind of getting scooted out and replaced with like banana republics. So I walked by Sister Liza, reader and advisor, and there was a little sign in the front that said, closed due to unforeseen circumstances. And I'm like, oh no, no. So I wrote a tiny little song about it. Are you okay with hearing it? Sister Liza, reader and advisor, tell me what to do. Sister Liza, life is a surprise, a minute in it true. Liza, I'm paralyzed. Sister, I'm mystified. Maybe my hand can tell me what my heart should do. Move in with your boyfriend, move back with his darling, move away to somewhere. You should go to school. You could have a baby. No, don't have a baby. You should have a baby. Don't be such a fool. Sister Liza, reader and advisor, tell me one thing more. If you know so all fired much, why are you living in the window of a store? Anyway, it's a silly small song, but here we go. Marky, is it Marky? Is that your name? Oh, what a great name. Wow. Marky and Perry, we sound like a couple of guys. We should go out for poker and chips. Well, I play poker and I'm not a guy, last time I checked. So, my darling, tell me your birthday. I'm going to ask you to speak up because I've got to go get a new camera tomorrow. The sound in this is a little effed. So tell me your birthday.
It's February 25th in 1992.
Rock on, Pisces woman. Yeah. I'm a Pisces too. I'm the other end of the scale. We're the big Pisces. You guys are the delicate, beautiful, like fragile fairy flower Pisces. I've never known somebody who was born in that between February 20th and February 29th who wasn't incredibly good looking. So I'm sorry to sound shallow. Good looking and interesting and charismatic and smart. And I'm just going to say, I think you're those things. Let's say 1992, year of the 68. I can't remember what Chinese year you're born in. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I'll tell you later as soon as it occurs to me. How can I help you, my angel?
I have a question about my relationship I'm in. I feel like it could possibly be a soulmate. We've been friends for 5 years, and we're barely together. And I just feel like it's really authentic, and we're both really happy. But I just want to get a better insight on things.
Are you feeling like he's being a little slippery? Like he's waiting for you to commit, or you're waiting for him to commit? Feels to me like there's a little slipperiness about the whole like commitment. Am I in love with you thing? Because sometimes it's so great that you guys were friends. Oh, by the way, for the audience around the world who's waiting for the psychic tarot weather, we'll do it after Marky. So stick around. But I just love Marky's energy, and I wanted to hang out with her as soon as possible. So here's what I'm getting. Is this guy, when's his birthday? I feel like he's an earth sign, but that might just be because I like how stable he is. When's his birthday?
John. Oh, his birthday? I think, I'm not too sure. I forgot.
What's his sign?
I think he's a Leo.
Cool. I get a very warm, kind of grounded feeling from him. And I will tell you, and my mother, who is happily married for a very long, her entire life, said this to me all my life. Darling, if you want a lifelong love affair, marry your best friend. I'm like, my best friend's a girl. She said, whatever. No, not like that. For me, it's like that for a lot of other people. And I'm just putting my foot in my mouth all the time these days. But here's the thing. Marrying your best friend, no matter what gender, is the best. I think you guys are going to get married, is what I'm trying to say. I think what's going on is it's kind of a, after you, Alphonse. No, after you, Antoine. No, after you. Everybody is a little scared of making the first step because making the first commitment sort of word because, we're women, we want guys to chase us. We just do. We're built that way. Men, if you're listening, we want you to chase us. We don't want you to be aggressive or creepy about it, but we do want you to make the first move.
Can I give you a little bit of backstory?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're both in it's weird because I don't know if you could pick up. We both are in the same situation, and it's always been like that. It always happens at like the same time. So he's living with the mother of his child, but they're not together. And I'm living with my ex-husband, the father of my child, but we're not together. Who
doesn't want to live with their ex? Yeah. I'm
right.
so sorry.
It's
They're
okay.
Not together. He's not with her either. Yeah. Go ahead.
And
so you're both. The thing is that you're both trying to start a new life together. Let me pull a card for you. Hold on. Okay. Card I got, the Judgment. I got 3 cards. I didn't mean to get 3 cards. The Judgment card means there's a lot of old stuff that has to be cleared away. You have to clean up your side of the street, basically. So you're going to have to figure out a way to ask your ex-husband politely but firmly to go find a place to live, because I think he's taking advantage of you. I don't think so. I know it.
No, he is. I know.
Yeah, he is. Do you have 2 kids? You?
I have 1.
Okay. Can he has a kid?
Can he what?
Okay, so I'm getting 2 kids in this relationship.
Well,
so I think you guys are going to wind up together. What you have to do is you're going to have to take a deep breath, and he's not in love with the woman he's living with, and he should be fair to her because she can start over again ASAP. She's not in love with him either. They're not intimate, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
They're not. They're just not intimate. And
is he in love with me?
Is the Judgment card, which is old, unresolved issues. What you want to do is get this stuff resolved, fix it, and move forward, because the outcome card for you is the Lover's card. I don't know what's going on with this phone. And the Lover's card, when I get the Lover's card, it's a major arcana card. Major arcana cards are destiny cards. I don't usually believe in destiny, but when it comes to major arcana, I'm like, you know what? I bow to a greater wisdom. You guys are supposed to be together. Find a way to do it ethically and honorably, because you are both ethical and honorable people. One of the things that making you feel bad is you feel like you're sneaking around. Whether you are or not, that's not my business, and I mean, I care about you. I care about your happiness. But you're a
No,
very
yeah,
honorable person, and so is he. So
I was upfront with my husband about it. He hasn't been upfront with the girl, the child of his mother, because he doesn't want to cause conflict. And he feels like if he tells her, it's just...
Well, you know what? Conflict is part of life. And conflict, you know how the internal combustion engine works? It's essentially, we can drive cars because the internal combustion engine runs on conflict. Conflict creates energy to move forward. And I forget how it works. I'll go Google internal combustion internal combustion. Oh gosh. Anyway, Google it. What I'm saying is that nobody can avoid conflict. Conflict is life. It's part of life. It's not all of life, thank God. But it's the conflict gives you the energy to move forward. And what he's saying is he's scared she's going to yell at him, and she's going to yell at him. Either way, he might as well get it over with. She's going to be mad at him. And if he's a coward, then that's not something you want in a guy. I think what he is somebody who's very rejection sensitive. I get that but you might as well tell him she's gonna be mad at him sooner or later. Life is short. You want to trust me on this. If you have a chance for happiness and you can do it honorably,
I'm very happy and I feel comfortable.
Lost two close friends who are very young. You never know. Get your happiness now, and you guys are really, really good for each other. He has to get out of that relationship, and he has to do it cleanly. And you need to get your ex-husband out of there. He's sucking the life out of you. Sorry, I'm just
he is. No, he is. It's tiring being a mom and having to do everything by yourself, and he doesn't help me at all.
And you're not his mom. I'm going to cut this off because I think that you don't want to hear what I'm saying, and I think you are hearing it though. So I'm very grateful for that. I'm usually much nicer to people, but you guys, John, I've been engaged to two people named John, not simultaneously. So, and I've been in everybody in the world has been in the situation you're in right now. You're in a dead relationship. There's something that's alive and beautiful and beckoning. You're trying to do it in a way that hurts as few people as possible, but hurt is part of life. Conflict is part of life. You might as well just pull the Band-Aid off and get it over with, because trust me, tomorrow is not promised. So let me know how you're doing. If you want to call back in a week or two and say, I got that sucker out of my basement or wherever your ex-husband's living. He also needs some consequences. People who are lifeblood suckers, he's not going to leave on his own. You have to give him, you have to set a boundary and kick him out. You have to kick him out because he's going to wind up taking you for everything you have. Trust me. All right, my love, I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather. Let me know how things are going. You can reach me, Perry Lyons, PERILYONS, on Facebook. Use my personal account. Just write to me. Let me know how you are, okay?
All right, okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, love. And if it seemed like I was a little hard on that beautiful, lovely woman, it's because she's absolutely got wonderful energy. And here's the thing. Love is not love that alters when it alteration finds, as Shakespeare says. But love is also not, I could not love thee half so much, loved I not honor more. I think that's Shakespeare. It's somebody said that. And love with honor is very important, at least like these people we're talking about. They're very honorable people. And if you're doing something, if you have a gut feeling that you're doing something wrong, you're doing something wrong. Stop it. Do something else. And life is short. Don't stick around waiting for a situation to heal itself. It's not going to. You're just going to sink into the swamp, and then there'll be little bubbles and an alligator, and it's all over. So if you have a chance for love and happiness, do it honorably. I've been watching a lot of true crime, so do it honorably and try not to kill anybody. That's my advice. Okay, here's the psychic weather for the week. We're going to start with today's Wednesday. This is Wednesday through next Wednesday. Today's the beginning of the week. 3 cards. Oh, Elandria, what a beautiful name. I'll be with you in about 4 minutes. Okay, my love? I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather, or the tarot psychic weather, or the weather psychic tarot. Anyway, here it is. So this is the beginning of the week, then we're doing the middle of the week, and then the end of the week is next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Beginning of the week is the Bat Spirit card. You're going through a rebirth of some kind. And here's the thing about birth. It's messy, it's painful, but it's worth it. So if you're going through a lot of uncomfortable emotions, a lot of times we identify ourselves with our limitations, right? It's like, oh, I'm a flake. That's just who I am. And suddenly you wake up one day, you don't want to be a flake anymore. And you're not. and you decide you don't act that way. But who are you? Now that people can't say, oh, that Jane, what a flake. What are they going to say about you? People, we think we're our limitations. We're so much more. This is a time of rebirth. It's a time astrologically. It's a time I can feel it. It's coming in the best possible way. And it's going to happen. So you might as well just get out in front of it and make the most of it. Because the middle of the week is the star card. You're going to be noticed whether you want to be or not. You don't have to be naked and dipping something in a lake. But hey, if that's your jam, that's your jam. The star card is you getting recognized for yourself. You know, when somebody walks into a room, in Buddhism, they say everybody has a taste. And what they mean is when somebody walks into a room, you can tell who they are. You know, we can all tell who people are. We can lie to ourselves, especially if they're extremely good looking or have an enormous amount of money. If they're both, we'll just start lying to ourselves and never stop. But enough about my life. Sorry, where were we? The star card is the middle of the week. And the star card is you're really going to be stepping into your power. And even if you don't know who you are, make up somebody you like to be. That's my advice. And it's good advice. The last card, very interesting. This is from Emily Carding's Transparent Tarot deck, which is the best tarot deck, but it's very hard to use on air. I usually use it with a white backdrop. This is sort of messy, but I'm going to do it that way. Can you see? And this is the Queen of Wands. And the Queen of Wands is a Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries woman, or somebody who acts like that. She might have, like me, a Leo sun. But so this is probably, if you're a woman or a man or non-binary or gender fluid, this is asking you to call upon your fiery female energy. If you're a man, you can be straight and call upon female energy. I've called upon male energy in my life to get stuff done, quote, male, unquote. There's also probably an Aries, Sagittarius, or Leo woman around you who's going to be great help. I happen to have a ton of great Aries women friends. Shout out to my friend Jennifer in Mexico. So I think there's probably an Aries woman is going to be a great advisor to you. Or if you need a little energy, be your most fiery self and take some big risks this week. There we go. Okay. And is my darling Goff, Georgia woman still there? How much time do we have? Oh, darling, I'm so glad you waited. Thank you so much. Tell me your birthday. That's how I connect to people.
September 20th, 2002.
I'm sorry. I heard something 20. Say the month again. Oh, 12,
September.
20. Look at you with your twos. Damn, girl. Okay. September 22nd. September 22nd.
No,
my producer was
no,
wrong.
September the 20th.
He's never said that before, but he's very handsome, so we'll let this go. So September 20th. Oh, that's a great day. I have so many friends with that day. Not 2022. That would make you 2 years old, and you'd be talking a little differently. So how can I help you, my darling? Well, let me actually tell you how I can help you, because you've got a bunch of stuff in your mind. You're at a big crossroads. Okay, ask me a question.
I have been dealing with this guy, so I'm just trying to really figure out, like, is this someone that I'm supposed to be with or not? Because I have a strong love for him, but I'm not sure if I should be putting that time and energy into a person that I'm just not sure about. And I felt like when I started dealing with this person, I started to grow. And then I also just came into like this big old crossroad in my life. So I'm just kind of confused.
Let me tell you what I'm getting about this. There's a phrase I use with my clients when somebody is really awesome, but they're not the person. I call them driftwood because they're a sign that the person for you is on his, her, or other way. Is on their way. Here's what I call driftwood. Back then, we'll say 18th century, which is the 1700s, sailors they didn't have like fancy navigational tools. They had kind of like, well, where's the land? Where's the land? It was here a minute ago. So they'd be heading towards the land, but they didn't have exact instruments. So they would know when they were getting towards the land that were heading towards, that they wanted to go to, the land, because there was driftwood in the ocean. So they could see driftwood, although they couldn't see the land yet. So I think this guy, I'm getting the feeling that he's got something else going on that he's not telling you about. Sorry, that's what I'm getting. I'm very blunt.
Okay.
And you deserve better than that. I think what you're feeling is that there's a kind of adult intimacy that you have with this person. You guys laugh over the same stuff. You have really nice conversations. He's very smart, but I don't think he's done fooling around yet. And I don't think that's for you. I think the person after this, who has many of the same qualities, but is more stable and is really into you. You want somebody who's not just into you, but is like chasing you around the dining room table saying, come here, you pretty thing. And I'm not just saying in general, although I certainly want that. I even bought a new dining room table for that express purpose. But I am saying that for you specifically, it's good for you to have somebody who's not shy about showing you how he feels. And I don't think he's showing you enough.
Yeah,
I do
he's
think
not.
I think that he's got strong feelings for you, but I don't want you to take that as my saying, therefore, you're going to be together. I don't think you are. I don't think there's a lasting thing here. I think the person after this is a lasting thing. And I think what's happened is you've really grown into your most beautiful and best self. And this guy, the feelings you have with this guy are your feelings of, I think what you're seeing is you're seeing aspects of this new self that you are, this beautiful self, reflected back to you in him. And it's almost like you're falling in love with this new self of yours through him. I don't think he has some of the qualities that you're projecting onto him. I think these are qualities that you have. And I think that if you ask yourself I don't know, I'm sitting getting flushed talking about this. I think that if you ask yourself, what are the qualities I like in this guy? And you would say, he's smart, he's a great listener, he's tremendous fun. Those are qualities that you actually have. I just don't feel he's that available. But I do think that your person is coming up over the holidays. Is it okay that I say that?
Yes.
I'm so glad you called.
Honesty.
Let me know what happens. My name is Perry Lyons, PERILYONS. You can find me. I have a different website than is up here. You can find me at perrylyons.com. And once again, that's P as in pneumonia, ERILYONS.com. So somebody asked me what mediumship is like. They asked me if I wanted to be a medium when I was little. No, I wanted to be an actress, singer, and oceanographer. And what do you call them? People dig things up. Archaeologist. I want to be an archaeologist when I was little. A singing archaeologist. I found some bones. Like that. But I'm not. 12 years ago, I had a piano fall on my head, and it changed my life, as having a piano fall on your head, falling on your head often does. Usually it ends your life. So I was very lucky that way. But what it did was ruined my life at the time. I was engaged to this gorgeous celebrity. I had fantastic, like glamorous best friend. Everybody vanished because I couldn't remember things. I had to relearn like almost how to talk. My family, except for my brother, David, kind of abandoned me. Kind of. It was a really hard thing. But when I sort of came out of the days, I was a lot more psychic than I'd ever been. And I'd always been psychic. I come from a psychic family. I mean, they're not professional psychics. Mom was a history professor and Dad was an internist. But since then, I have had the ability to, it's not that hard. I think everybody can do it. I've had the ability to, if somebody calls and says, I hope you don't ever have a cause to say this, but this person I love passed, can you get in touch with them? And usually that person appears in front of me. And it's almost what it looks like is like a slide projected onto like running water. It's kind of weird. But also the taste of their personality comes across. And I also see them at the age they were when they passed, and usually the age that they think they were the cutest at, which is usually 25 to 30. So when a friend of mine's father passed, she asked me to get in touch with him. He first came across as a 90-year-old lovely gent he was. And then he showed up as he was when he was like 27. I was like, whoa, I want to date this guy. That's weird. He's my friend's father. Also, he's dead. Anyway, what can I say? I like him unattainable. So if you feel, here's what I want to say. If you feel you have a talent in this direction, do not use Ouija boards. Just don't. We tried when my brothers were kids. We tried, we did Ouija board stuff. Next thing we knew, the house was filled with ghosts. I'm not kidding. You don't want ghosts. They sound like fun. Watch true ghost videos on YouTube. Go watch like Nuke's Top 5. He's great. But don't invite ghosts in your house. Also, there are such things. I can't believe I'm going to say this outside of my head, but I found there are such things as demons. One of my closest mentors before he passed was the brilliant genius William Peter Blatty, who wrote The Exorcist. And he and I used to have long philosophical talks about the existence of evil, and he was a devout Catholic and a fantastic man. Anyway, evil exists. Don't invite it in. Don't use Ouija boards. And I'll see you next week. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic. You are my cherished ducklings, and I love you. I do. That color looks great on you. Bye. Mwah.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and thank you so much for joining me tonight. Thank you for tuning in to A1R Psychic Radio or Moonstruck TV. I hope everyone's having a great night. I hope you had a great week. I did. I actually this morning taught a master's class on past lives. So I'm just kind of roll with that and talk about that while we wait for a caller. It's a super interesting topic. Lots of thought on it. There's a lot of reasons we would want to access our past lives. And just, for clarification, when I speak of past lives, I'm talking about lives that our souls have lived prior to this lifetime. So, why would we want to find out about our past life, right? What could that be for us? Well, it can bring, awareness. It can help us to grow. We can talk about or find out about things that we did in the past that we've carried over to this lifetime. What else? It can give us peace, healing, very important healing of our mind, body, and human. And I say that because our human is always messing things up. Sometimes we can gain insight into the purpose of our lifetime, this lifetime. Okay. What are some ways that we would do this, right? I'm sure a lot of you have heard of past life regression, and that is, done with someone who's trained, who's a professional, because it's kind of like a hypnotic state. And it's kind of like a hypnotic state, but you can do this yourself by through meditation and setting that intent to access a life that you once lived. And there's lots of things on YouTube where you can do like a guided meditation. And some of the things that we can bring with us are, maybe we find a skill that we had in the past or several past lives. Let's say, for example, communication. What if we were super good all the time at communication and we are good at communication in this lifetime? That's validation. But also, on the other hand, what if we were good in other lifetimes in communication and we're not so good this lifetime? Well, once you know your superpower is communicating, then that gives you, the kind of boost that you need to work on your communication. It's just an interesting concept. Some people even believe that we live alternate lives elsewhere, or concurrent lives, or live our lives simultaneously. And right now, I think I'm leaning toward the concurrent lives. So this is my thought. If our soul lives in, let's say, the spirit realm, right? And we're having different lifetimes that are being led. And when we connect to our higher source, we're connecting to our soul that's in the spirit realm. I think it works. That's what I think today. Maybe tomorrow I'll change my mind, but it has nothing to do with being able to access and gain insight from our past lives. But enough of me talking about that, because we have our caller. And Ode, you're from Tampa,
Yes.
Florida. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Good. I love your name.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's nice. So what kind of reading were you looking for tonight? Or did you have something in mind?
So I was seeking some information, maybe to my grandpa who passed away. Things haven't been really great at home, and I was wondering if he had any advice or anything to reassure me about what's going on.
Okay, sure. I'd love to do that for you. Now, as I feel into this, I feel like this has been a pretty recent passing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because I just feel like,
my grandpa passing? Is that
yes,
what you're asking?
yeah,
Oh
yes.
no, he passed about 10 years
Oh,
ago.
oh, okay. All right. I feel like I have someone that passed more recent than that, but it doesn't matter. I'll tell you the message that I'm getting. I feel like there's a big hug for you, and I feel like if it's your grandfather, it feels like he wants to lift you up, and because it feels like sometimes you might be like things might get so heavy that you feel like you can't stand on your own. Would you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm using that like as a metaphor. So, you can stand, but it just feels heavy. And it feels like this person wants to come in and actually hold you up, which is really beautiful. I do feel that I'm getting messages of to speak up. And when I say that, I feel like it's referring to you maybe keeping things inside because you don't want to hurt feelings or you don't want to cause drama. But it feels like you need to speak what's on your heart. Would you understand that?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. And is that hard? Is that difficult for you to do?
It's just a tough situation with my parents, and it's it's kind of hard to tell my dad everything that I think.
I understand that. I understand. Um, I keep hearing, be true to your heart, be true to your soul, um, that you are a beautiful, unique person. So let me tell you, let me ask you, did you and your grandfather have a really close relationship?
Very close, yeah.
Okay, because I feel like this is him speaking to you this and saying, remember who you are. Remember, and I feel like would he have built you up when you were a little girl even, like and said you're like, I don't know, a princess, you can do anything you want. You can be anybody you want to be. I feel like he's giving these sentiments to you now. Would you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so I feel like he wants to say that to you now. Remember who you are. Remember how strong you are. You're not alone. And I feel like sometimes you might feel like you're alone. Um, is there, I feel like, is there any way for you to take a break from home?
Not really.
Okay. Um, yeah, because it just feels like even going somewhere by yourself, being alone by yourself, like it feels like the energy is that surrounds you is all other people's energy. And I also do feel like you are really empathic with that. And what I mean by that is you absorb other people's energy and take that on. Um, so if you can't like go on a vacation or something, just going somewhere peaceful, like a park or something like that. Or I don't know if you actually live close to um, the beach or something like that. Going to the beach is just like a day trip to be by yourself and collect your thoughts. Do you think you'd be
Mhm.
able to do that?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Um, all right. Let's see. Do you have a specific question?
Well, to be more into it, I have doubts that my dad is actually having an affair with somebody else,
Okay.
and that's what like I'm basically I want to be able to help my mom however I can, but
I
I just
understand.
don't know
You,
if
you don't
my thoughts are right or if actually I'm just thinking too much and nothing is going on.
Well, I feel like that's part of the message that I just gave you from your grandfather, that it's not for you to decide. Like it's not for you to change it, if that makes sense. Like don't feel the that it's your responsibility. Um,
Mhm.
you can care and want and want good things for your mom and dad, but it feels like it's something that needs to be worked out between the two of them. And I feel your big, caring, beautiful heart, and I think that this is your nature to want to help, and I can feel your heart hurting. But I think what I'm feeling is that almost if you can step away. I keep getting that feeling of wanting to step away from it, step away from the issues, step away from the house, um, and be by yourself. Just for like a day, go somewhere, and think when you're outside of the house. Like, do you stay mostly at the home, or do you go to school or work?
Uh, I stay out of the house most of the time. I have school and work.
Oh, okay. All right. Because it just feels like I feel like so much like when you're in the house, it's like you're in the house a lot, and it just feels like that energy is hard for you. But I'm glad to hear that you do get out and go to work and go to school. Um, I also I also want to tell you that your grandfather hears you when you ask for help from him. And I feel like you would know when he's around you as well. So just have that comfort that he hears you when you're talking to him and he's there to help you. And is this your mom's mom? Dad? Your mom's dad?
No,
Sorry.
it's. I'm sorry.
Is your grandpa your mom's dad?
No, it's my dad's dad.
Oh, okay. All right.
He was very close to my mom too.
Okay. All right. Because I feel like he has your mom's best interest at heart and he's going to do everything he can to help you. But once again, sweetheart, it is not your burden to carry, if that makes sense for you.
Mm-hmm.
And Ode, we are out of time already. I'm so sorry, but I wish you the best of luck. And I'll send a lot of healing to you, to your beautiful, kind heart. And thank you so much for calling. And for everybody else, thank you, sweetheart. And for everybody else, have a great week, and I'll see you next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann, and last week I had to take a break from the show just for the one segment. We had a lot on, and today I am basically, excuse how I look terrible, but I feel great. I'm actually in holiday mode, so I've got my bags packed and my soul is already on vacation, which my husband says it's only a weekend getaway. That doesn't qualify for a holiday, but in my mum world, yes, please. Thank you. It does. So today I wanted to come on and look, it's not that I feel flat. I feel good, well, I'm just not overly feeling inspiration or feeling like reading, and I'm really okay with that. And I thought, not every day, and you will have heard me say it as well on previous shows, not every day has to be full of inspiration or full of hope with a huge big smile on your face that you're not really feeling. I'm really happy, like naturally, but there's some days where we just feel, like okay, and that's okay. I don't feel I don't feel like much today actually. So I've actually got my wallet and my book, and excuse that screen shaking while I touch them. So I'm going for a massage after this. So it sort of makes me think, what do you do for self-care? What are things that people put in place? And after the show, if it's something you want to think about, because it's so important, some days when I can, and if I feel like a pajama day, I'll have it and I'll read a book or do I call them mental health check days. And that's where I just check in with myself and do whatever I want, well, within reason. But, if it's like reading a book or binging out on TV, which I don't usually do. And I'd love to know what's your self-care look? How do you check in with your mental health or your well-being, whether it be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and in all those ways you look after yourself? Do you buy yourself a bunch of flowers or pick them from your garden? What do you do that makes you feel like you can refresh and reset? So I didn't want to do a reading in this energy, and because our bags are packed and I'm already enjoying the idea of a techie free weekend, so I won't be available for messages or anything like that. I want to be with family, and we've all got commitments, and it is really hard sometimes to find a self-care day or a mental health check-in day. Look, sometimes, do you have to schedule that in? Do you have to find time, or can you be impulsive and spontaneous with your check-in days and your self-care days? How are you going to find time to put your needs first and to have a positively flat day, like a nothing day, or whatever a self-care day looks for you? There's nothing wrong with feeling like you have to schedule it or put it into your calendar, especially if you've got to prioritize other little humans in your life and all your role responsibilities. Find time and schedule it in after this segment, or at some stage, anytime. Really think about, what does a self-care day look for you, and how can you incorporate that into your life? Whether you start with 5 minutes in the morning, or you have half a day here, or half an hour before you go to bed. Does your self-care look like tuning into your social media, or tapping into a book, or doing a meditation? Self-care and mental check-ins are so completely diverse and different for each and every one of us. I personally, I enjoy short meditations, but I couldn't imagine wanting to, sit down and it'd put me to sleep for an hour meditation. I can do them, but it's not my go-to. I probably should be to open up my gifts a bit more. But what do you do? What do you love to do? What would you do in your spare time if you gave yourself a break? And what would that look like? I'm trying to think. So I've got my desk is a mess too. I haven't had a chance to clean it, and I've searched through all my emails, which was part of my I'm going to switch off for the next few days. So what self-care looks to me like, as I keep saying, it's about reading a book. For my husband, it's about binge watching shows or relaxing on the TV in front of the fireplace. We're finding other ways to productively check in with each other, whether it be gardening and things like that we can do as a couple, but also maintain our home, because we've got quite a bit of maintenance to do where we live, and gardening, I should say. So, and that's really where I'm at. I really want to spend time with a family this weekend. We've been sick all winter. So in Australia, it's been really cold. Don't know what season it is there, but you know, whether you want to go for a swim or enjoy the beach, if you're lucky enough to be in summer. Actually, winter's over here. It's spring. I'm lost. So that's how lost in a cave we were all winter. We were pretty much sick. So it's good to I've caught up and sort of run myself down a bit. So now we're going away. But and that's basically it. What I would have done a collective read, but a couple of weeks ago, which I found was a really good show. I really enjoyed that show. There are some shows that occasionally I watch, you know, What I Say, but I don't really watch podcasts or listen to lives and stuff like that. But I really enjoyed last week, 2 weeks ago, our show. So I can't remember the date, but yeah, so this is probably just a chill, unorganized version of me that's just winging it. And this is why I actually don't wing it. I like to be in my safe bubble because I like to have structure and what I'm going to say and sort of at least have an idea of how, you know, that it's going to fit all in the show. So I've left myself short with little to say and lots of time left, which doesn't happen usually, especially if we have a reading on, because I want to say a lot. So I hope I'm not getting sick again. I'm going to runny nose. So this is what happens. This is why I like my safe zone. It's a very strange place to be, to come on live, not know what you're going to say. I'm amazed at show hosts thinking, or, you know, telling me that, well, spirit will guide me, or I will know what to say on the show. And I think that's remarkable. Like, how can you not know what you're going to say and be yourself and present to public? So that is why I like to have notes or have something to follow through so I don't get stuck like I am now. But it's on the journey of you know, learning my confidence and my gifts. I'd have to say A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV have been incredible. I can't imagine having done this well, when I started a year ago, and I still like my notes and know what to say and come with something, you know, inspirational, so, or educative, or provide a reading. So it's been an incredible journey that the relationship that we have with our, you know, our executive producer and our producer and other show hosts, watching them shine is amazing, and how we all do our, you know, the same thing in many different ways. It's remarkable, and it's a really special place to be. So I don't usually put myself out of this comfort zone to do that. And sometimes when you love doing something and you find, you know, that you're actually really good at it, that you do have to get out of your comfort zone and do things like this. So yeah, so this is a little bit of a learning curve for me, getting comfortable. Running out of things to say is also something new to me, so I might have to get my husband to watch this show. Yeah, we don't watch the show too much, but there's a few shows that I really enjoy, and I think it was December the 7th last year, 2023, was a great show. How I talked about how to unpack a problem, especially if we, you know, to rationalize thoughts and challenges and break it down into smaller components. So if you want to watch any of my other shows, I should probably reference which ones I loved the most. I really enjoyed the drug addiction series. I thought, wow, and I listened to those and I thought, wow, I probably seem more confident than I am, and watching myself with that knowledge was a really, really positive and a moment that I was proud of myself to share what I knew, you know, academically and personally about drug addiction. And that's part of why we say, you know, at Soulfully Guided, we really are we welcome people from all walks of life. So what a little tangent I've gone on. If I did collective reads, I would have had a card for you, but I like to head over to our Facebook page because we do energy of the day and meme inspiration and real inspiration. And I post some funny stuff or some things that, some energies of the day to connect with and to have a bit of fun. We do a lot of jokes on Softly Guided. Can't promise you that they're all good, and at the moment I'm also teaching tarot and scrap the 2-hour classes over 7 or 8 weeks. It's going to go for a lot longer because there is so much wealth of knowledge. So if you're interested in learning tarot, please head over to my website or email me. I'm more active on Facebook, so you can send me a Facebook message. I'd love to share with you about my courses and what we do. I believe we set some really strong foundations in tarot. And for anyone wanting to book, I am available also, but not this weekend. I am off social media. So what an awkward, funny, and putting myself out there show. I wasn't expecting that. Thank you, and I'll see you next week with looking better, still feeling good, and maybe an actual reading next week. So thank you. Bye, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What a fantastic week it's been around this amazing planet of ours. Look, I know that we've still got fires raging in many continents around the world, and my heart goes out to those people, particularly in Hawaii where, the death toll is still counting, and then we've got it over in Europe and around the Mediterranean. It just seems to me to be unmistakable how people can still sort of deny that global warming is a real thing. But anyway, that's another topic for another day. So I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, you're enjoying the end of the season, whether you're here in Australia and we're enjoying the end of winter, or if you're in the Northern Hemisphere and you're enjoying the end of summer. It's signifying that, the year is creeping by. Before we know it, we'll be getting the Christmas decorations out and, another year's bitten the dust. But anyway, this week we're going to focus on the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Judgment card. Now, the Judgment card is a fairly ambiguous card. People look at this card and say, well, what on earth does this mean? Does it mean, is it my last judgment? Am I about to pass away and leave this planet? No, it doesn't mean that at all. It's decisions pending finality. Now, when we've got a decision that's pending finality, it means it's the final decision. We might have tossed and turned about the decision, but the decision is final. So the decision pending finality, the only decision that can be made under the circumstances. Now, I'm sure, like me, you've been many times in your life where you've struggled with a decision that you have to make. You're running out of time. You've only got a couple of minutes or a couple of hours, and you've got to make this decision. And you've tossed it backwards and forwards in your mind, and you come to the conclusion it may not be the decision you hoped you could make or the one that you would have liked to have made, but it's the only one that can be made under the circumstances. It's the best option for everybody concerned. That's what this card means. So for it to come out as the card of the week, it means many of us are going to be facing a fairly big decision, something that's been weighing us down for quite some time. It's not just been something for a couple of hours, something that we've given a lot of thought to, and that we've come to the conclusion that this is the only decision or the only choice that we can make moving forward. So it is a powerful card. It is part of the major arcana. It's not a card to be dismissed if it comes out in a reading, because it means it is serious. It's a major decision that you have to make, and it's something that most of the time we don't like to use the word life-changing, but it can come into that category of a life-changing choice or decision. So please, if you've got a major decision to make in the next few days or the next week, make sure that you've considered all the options before you sort of say, right, that's the only decision I can make under the circumstances. I'm comfortable with it, and it's the best decision I can make. So this week we're moving into the astrological section. I mean, each week I say it seems to get bigger and more exciting and different and whatever, and it does seem to be that way. I mean, I've been studying or working with astrology for over 40 years, and I don't think I've known such an exciting period as far as transiting astrology of the things that influencing our lives at the moment just seem to be very illuminated and very powerful. So we've got the last couple of days of the sun in Leo before the sun moves into Virgo for its 12-monthly transit there. So the sun is really sort of enjoying the last little peekaboo, I suppose you could say, the grand finale on the stage, taking the last bows before it moves into Virgo. So we've got the sun's, remaining in Leo for the next couple of days. So the fire signs have got their last little hurrah. That's Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius. We also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is going direct at the moment, which is good news. We like it when Mercury is going direct, is actually conjunct or holding hands Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet of action, but it's also the planet of drive. It's where our ego comes from. It's where our motivation comes from. It's what gets us out of bed of a morning. So Mercury, the planet of communication, feels very comfortable sitting in Virgo because it rules Virgo, and it likes things to be just so. It likes everything to be articulate, very clear, very concise. Don't fluffy it up. Just give me the facts. And that's how Virgo likes it. Now, Mercury is holding hands with Mars in Virgo at the moment. So there could be some real major breakthroughs when it comes to communication. It doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you've got some important conversation or some important communication that needs to be shared at the moment, whether it be by verbally, telephone, cell phone, email, SMS, text message, or any other modern device of ways that we send or communicate these days, then this is it. Now, it could be that the person or persons that are going to receive this are not necessarily got their listening ears on and their looking eyes on. Maybe they're glancing over the top of it or not listening to the conversation, saying, yeah, I understand, but they're only half there. Well, if that's the case, Mars is going to turn around and give them a slap around the ear hole and say, listen here, you've got to start listening or looking and understanding what the message is that's being shared with you, particularly if it's of an important nature. This is not the time to be sort of preoccupied and looking somewhere else. This is the time where you really do have to listen or understand what's being communicated with you, because it is of great importance. It not necessarily is it always going to be life-changing, but it is an important piece of information that you do need to absorb and understand and act upon. We also have Jupiter, the planet of expansion, luck and opportunity, is sitting in Taurus at the moment, and he's enjoying his little stay there. Jupiter sits in a sign for approximately 12 months at a time. Now, he's making a very interesting aspect that we don't often talk about here on the show, which is known as a square. So a square means there's limitations, there's restrictions, there's work to be done here. So Jupiter here is sitting in Taurus, is making a square or a 90-degree angle to Venus, the planet of love and affection, sitting in Leo. Now, Jupiter wants to expand everything out. It wants to sort of encourage us to sort of explore our horizons, look at in ways that we can improve our personal well-being, we can improve our personal finances, that we can start to take care of ourselves in a bigger, grander, more important sort of way. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with having big dreams and, having the ability to maybe try and make these big dreams a reality. But when you've got a square here, it's saying, now, hang on a minute, err on the side of caution. Things aren't going to go always as easily as you expect them to. Expect that there may be a couple of little hurdles to overcome here. There may be a few oppositions or restrictions here that you need to process and get through. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection. Now, Venus is sitting in Leo. So Venus is saying, but I want to do it in a very proud, dramatic, dynamic sort of way. After all, the world is my stage. I can do anything that I really want to do. And it's not necessarily saying that you can't achieve these things and you can't achieve big dreams. What it's saying is just make sure that you do it in a way that is toned down a little bit. Make sure that you've covered your bases well. Make sure that you've got a good foundation underneath you. If you're launching something new, make sure that everything's in place. Then, of course, go out there and sort of say, look at me, aren't I fantastic, and demonstrate to the world how amazing you are. But make sure you've got a good, solid foundation underneath you first. I think that's the important thing, that we need to make sure that we have a good, solid foundation there. Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, I sort of relate it to like the Tower card in the tarot. It's like the bolt of lightning hitting the ground that's coming out of nowhere. It's taking us by surprise, good, bad, or indifferent. So Uranus is making a beautiful aspect. It's known as a trine to Mercury and to Mars. Now, Uranus, as I just said, is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, of happenings, things that are happening very quickly. Now, Uranus has been sitting in Taurus now for some years, still going to be there for quite some time yet. So Uranus is trying to create the opening of stability here. It's trying to sort of say that, look, there's many, many things that can happen in our lives, but we have to try and make sure that we work with the unexpected, the unpredictable of the nature of how I work. Even though I'm sitting in Taurus, which likes predictability, likes stability, likes things to be stable, likes to make decisions slowly, Uranus doesn't always allow us to do that. Now, with the trine here to Mercury, which is the planet of communication, so there's going to be some sudden communication. Hopefully it's going to be good, because that's what a trine would indicate, that there's going to be a major breakthrough in communication somehow. And also, this is also conjunct Mars, the planet of action. So we've got a double-edged sword here on the planet, of things moving very, very suddenly, with Uranus at one end of the trine and Mars at the other end in Virgo, sort of saying, okay, we've got communication and action happening in Virgo, which is articulate, is very much making sure that we've got all our I's dotted and our T's crossed. But Uranus is saying, I'm going to make this happen very, very quickly. So if you've been waiting on some communication or some decisions or some answers, whether it be financial or legal or just some changes in your life, then it could very well happen in this next week, because Uranus here is stirring everything up. It's creating things to happen. We're getting some fast results, and it should go in your favour. I'm saying should, just because it's a trine doesn't mean every single person is going to experience it in a positive way. Sometimes things have to be negative to clear the garbage out of our lives and to clear the pathway, so that then the end result can be positive, but it doesn't always start out that way. Sometimes it starts out being sort of quite stressful and not what we wanted, and thinking, oh, well, that wasn't how I wanted it to be. But then when we progress through the situation or the issue, in time we see that this was actually a better result than what we'd been hoping for. Had we stayed on the original course, we may not have got as much out of the deal or the opportunity as we could have done, because Uranus came along and, tipped everything upside down, but did it in a way that it cleared the pathways for a much, much better result, which is good. So, if you've got communication that you've been waiting on, or an answer you've been waiting on because you've applied for a loan or whatever the case may be, if it's not necessarily good news to begin with, take it in your stride and say, okay, there's got to be another solution here. There's got to be another answer. This is happening for a reason, because I'm going to get a better result than what I first thought. So work with the energy, don't work against it. We can all get frustrated at times and say a few choice words, and that's okay. But then pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and look for an alternative solution would be my suggestion here. We also have Pluto, the planet of transformation, and doing his little dance in Capricorn, which he will be doing until early part of 2024. Now, I know I've been talking about Capricorn probably as long as I've been on this show, but Pluto is such a a really major change for the whole world. And he's been in Capricorn for such a long time now, since 2007, 2008. And his role has been to bring things out into the open, to make governments more transparent, to bring things out into the open, things that we might not have necessarily considered urgent before. We've had to sort of bring things out so that people can see them out of the darkness into the light and start to sort of change their thinking. And global warming comes under this heading. You know, we used to talk about it, but we never talked about it in an urgent fashion as we are now. As we're starting to see the world changing, we're seeing weather events, things like that, once in 100-year floods happening every 12 months, every 2 years, instead of once in 100 years. They're happening more frequently. We've got more fires around the world. We've got more snow events. We've got more rain events. We've got more of everything. We do need to sit up and take notice. We can't just leave it for the next generation to try and sort out. We've got to start to take action now. That's one area that Pluto's been really hammering down our throats, to sort of try and make us realise that we have an opportunity to make changes. And if there was one thing, that positive thing that came out of the world shutdown with COVID, was nature started to repair itself. You know, the animals were distressed and upset because we humans weren't there to interact with them. But in another way, there was a calmness there with nature, that everything was sort of just taking a little breath, was having a little rest. Maybe, I'm not saying we need another pandemic to make that happen, but maybe we need to learn some of the lessons from that how the world and nature did respond when we all had to stay at home, and we all had to sort of sit there and contemplate our navel and wonder what was next in our lives and where we were going from here. So we can all play our part as Pluto starts to end its reign in Capricorn. It's asking each and every one of us to see whether or not there's anything that we can contribute to the world stage. Is there some little thing that we can start to do to help with global warming? If you've never done recycling, now may be the time to get that recycling bin and start doing things like that. Start saying no to extra packaging and things like that when you shop. All those little things might seem little, but if each person takes a little step, then it becomes a major step forward for mankind. And we all need to do that. Look, I'm, pretty ancient now, and I can remember when I was a little kiddo, you didn't go to the supermarket or the market and buy a packet of cookies or biscuits, and they were wrapped up in pretty packaging with beautiful, colourful pictures on the front and cellophane and, nicely presented. You went in and you bought them from the local grocer, and he put them in a bag, in a paper bag out of a big tin here in Australia. So maybe we need to get back to some of those sort of things and refuse this very fancy, expensive packaging that just ends up in landfill. We all just obliviously buy things with our eyes, throw it in the trolley. Well, if we went back to something like that where things were in plain packaging, I'm sure we all know what a biscuit or a cookie looks like, or a packet of something. We don't need a colour photo on a cardboard package or a cellophane package to tell us what's inside the package. Just my thought for the week. Anyway, we're going to take our first caller, and it's Tia in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Are you there, Tia? I'm sorry to pronounce your name incorrectly, sweetie.
Oh, you're fine. It's Tia.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Tia?
I don't have a specific question. However, I would like to ask I have a general.
Yeah, sure.
Something general, like a general reading.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I just usually ask if there's a question, so that, because we've got such a limited time on the show, that I make sure I answer what you phoned into the show for. First thing that they're showing me, do you feel as if your life has gone through a little bit of a pause recently? It's like, finally I can exhale. It's like I had a really tough couple of years where I didn't seem to have time for me. Now they're sort of showing me there's a little bit of lull in your life at the moment, and this is for you to catch your breath here before we sort of move on to a very busy period again. So it's a good time, I think, to sort of just allow yourself to either catch up on some jobs around the house that you haven't had time to do, or just do something indulgent. Take yourself on a vacation, do something for you before we get ready for this next busy period. So in 2024, are you looking to make some new changes in your life? Are you looking to sort of make some changes around the house, or maybe even potentially move? Because they're showing me a question mark around where you're living.
Interesting.
Okay, well, that's what they were showing me. Doesn't mean you have to move, but they were showing me that there was either going to be changes, and that can be renovations, or there could be, the decisions, particularly around March next year, where you're looking at, is this where I want to be? Is this where I want to be for the next 5 to 10 years, or is it time to make a decision or a choice now? It's interesting because I also sort of feel that whatever changes you've made health-wise, and I'm not a medical practitioner and I'm not giving medical advice, but what I'm suggesting to you is whatever changes you've made in your lifestyle, in your regimes in the last 6 to 12 months, keep it up, because your energy levels are starting to become really good again. It's like I feel like I'm a lot younger than what your chronological years are telling you. Sort of you look in the mirror and say, oh, yeah, I've got a few wrinkles and this, that, and the other. But physically wise, you're jumping out of your skin. There's more energy there. There's clarity in thinking. Things are certainly on an upward swing for you. So whatever changes you made, I want you to continue it, because it's really, really working, and that's good. Also, too, I feel that there's been not necessarily a change of friendships, but sort of more, I'm putting them into categories now. There's people that I want to continue to grow a friendship with or connection with, and then there's others that, look, I wouldn't be bothered if they disappeared out of my life. It's sort of like we don't have much in common anymore. That's also just indicating major changes in your life, because when we're going to come to a major turning point in our lives, we not so much we overanalyze, but we analyze every area of our life. It's like we pick everything up, look it over, turn it over, put it down, pick it up again, have another look at it. And friendships come into the same category. It's just an indication to me that we're ready to move into a new, different phase in your life, and not everything can go with you. It's like we need to sort of pick and choose what we need to take with us, and that includes friends. So I hope that's helped you, Taylor, with your reading. So we're going to talk with Kathy now in Norwalk in California. Are you there, Kathy?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Kathy?
Well, it seems like me and my mom and my brother, we just can't catch like a good break. I don't know, like we want to move like really bad, but we're not sure how to do it right now, because it's hard for us right now.
No, I'm sorry to hear that, Kathy. It's always difficult when you know in yourself that it's time for a change or it's time for a move, and yet the universe is not accommodating. There's not enough money, or you haven't found the right place to move to, or there's other restrictions, other blockages in our lives that are preventing you from doing that. It's interesting because as you were talking to me and sharing with me your question, they were showing me the symbol of change, transformation, and opportunity coming up. But I also had question marks around that whether or not this is actually the right time, that we should be trying to push for this change. I'm not saying that a move isn't inevitable, that it will happen, but I'm not sure that it's going to happen just now. I think you're a little bit ahead of where the universe wants you to be. It's really, really interesting because psychically I just got a waft of a really sweet smelling perfume. And when they give me something like that on a psychic level, that's usually that means that there's somebody in spirit that's really, really looking after you, that's looking down on you. Is there somebody that you can relate to in a passed over relative, that maybe a grandmother or an aunt or something that used to wear a beautiful, sweet smelling perfume? Because if you can, that's who the message is coming from, that they're cradling you in their arms, that they're looking out for you and your mum and your brother, and they're sort of saying, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. It's just not quite the right time yet. Has your mum not been well?
Well, she just came out of a nursing home back in May. She has rheumatoid arthritis, but she's getting the care from us and from other help, like nurses and stuff.
Mm-hmm. So why did she come out of the nursing home? Did she not like it there? Was she not happy there?
Well, she's been in there a while and she wanted to come home. Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand her wanting to be with you children and be, to the things that are familiar. I can't imagine being, put into a situation like that where you've lost all your rights in a sense, haven't you? You can't just sort of say, I'm going to bed when you want to and do this. You've got to conform to the rules around you. It's interesting because I am seeing someone coming in that's going to help you facilitate this move. Now, I don't know whether that's connected to your mum's care or whether it's just, to me, it had an official feel around it, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean it very much in a positive way. There is help at hand, and there will be a move, and there will be a move that will be appropriate for all the household members, like it'll be easy for your mum to get around and everything like that. Could you place who that person was in spirit with the perfume? Because they're wafting that perfume again in front of me, as if it's really important that you know who it is.
Mom, is it grandma maybe? It could be my mother's mom.
Okay, grandma, yeah. Yeah, that's what I felt. I knew it was an older lady, but it was it's not a strong perfume. It's a sweet-smelling perfume. It's very comforting. And she's certainly very much around you all at the moment and taking care of you all. So, it's important to sort of just acknowledge that she is there, that, you have other people on the other side that are working hard for you. And yeah, she's telling me now that's who she is. Yeah, she's very excited that you've worked out who she is, and she's just so excited that she was able to get a message through. I don't know that when she was here on Earth that she sort of believed in the life hereafter, but she certainly believes in it now, and she's just so excited to come through. That's really lovely. So she's telling me to share with you, don't panic. There's changes coming. There will be a move or news of the move around October. So there's going to be somebody that's going to come forward that's going to give you a helping hand, that's going to enable this to happen and to be the right sort of place to be. And she's really pleased that you've got mum with you. She said mum wasn't happy where she was, and she keeps showing me that not necessarily is mum going to, go back to being 20, but she's certainly showing me more relief coming from mum's health issues, that, each day mum's getting stronger and less pain, and, she's got a smile on her face, and that's good. Is your brother looking for a job, is he?
Excuse me?
Yeah, is he looking for work? Because they're showing me a new job. They're showing me new work.
Maybe my brother.
That's what I said. Is your brother looking for a job? Because they're showing me new work around him.
He hasn't said anything about it.
No, well, that might be a surprise. But anyway, there's a new job coming for him, which he's really happy about. And just know your grandma's watching over all of you. She's there with each and every one of you, and she's so proud of what you're doing. And, she just says, just believe that, everything's in hand. Things are going to start to get better. The first step to things getting better was you taking mum out of that facility and sort of, caring for your mum again. That was the first step in the right direction. And she's really proud of all of you. So it's good. Are you going to stay in California though? Or are you going to move a little bit further inland?
We want to stay in California.
Yeah, but I'm just sort of seeing, because I'm in Australia and I'm not sure, where exactly in California you are, but to me, you weren't going to move closer to the coast. You were going to move sort of more inland a little bit, but still in California, like 5 miles away or something like that. But it was a pretty place where you were going to. And life seems to be a lot less stressful. So that's all I can tell you, sweetie. That's where we've got to leave, Kathy. So we've come to the end of the show, and each week the show goes very, very quickly. This week the song of the week was a no-brainer for me. Just before the show I was watching the TV, catching up on the world events, and on came a segment about one of my ultimate favourite singers who was diagnosed with cancer 12 months ago. And it was a great shock here in Australia because we truly love this man, and we just lost Olivia Newton-John, and they were great friends, and I think the whole country went into a total state of shock there. We were trying to dry our eyes over Olivia, and then we got the news that John Farnham had mouth cancer. Well, today I'm pleased to announce that he's been cleared of cancer, and he is certainly going to revel in the success of, there's been a new movie made called Finding Your Voice, and John Farnham is now free of cancer. And I want to leave you with what I think is the most iconic song that John's ever sung, and relaunched his career 30 odd years ago now again for the next time. And it's called You're the Voice. And here in Australia, it's sort of like our unofficial national anthem, and even Coldplay have called it that when they were out here promoting, when we had many bad bushfires about 10 years or so ago, and they called John onto the stage to sing it with them. So I'm going to leave you with one of my ultimate favourites from John Farnham, and it's a really powerful song. It's a song that everybody can get behind. It's been featured in a number of movies throughout the years. It's called You're the Voice. So until next week, bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, y'all. How are y'all tonight? We are back one more week. I cannot believe it's been 7 days. I tell you, I say that every Wednesday, don't I? Seems like time is moving fast. I hope this finds you all having a wonderful evening, day, wherever you are. And I pray that you had a beautiful week, regardless of all the trauma and drama going on out there in the world, and that you were able to stay centered and grounded and focused, and you tuned into your guides and your angels, and that God's talking to you, and you know your path and your purpose. So that's my prayer for each of you. I want to remind you guys that it is Reset Wednesday. So if you have had a rough week or a rough day or rough last 15 minutes, you can reset it. You can do that right now. And we do that by just taking nice breaths in, deep as you can, as long as you can, and letting it out. I can usually do about 4 to 6, breathing in 1, 2, 3, 4 through your nose. And letting go through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's right. And it's just go ahead and continue to breathe this way while I give you a little background on tonight's show. So as you're breathing in through your nose, you're breathing in peace and love and tranquility and balance and health. And as you exhale, just imagine letting go. It might look like smoke or ash or whatever it is. Just let it go and just let go of any stress or tension or discomfort or confusion or worry or whatever it is. And let's, for the next 28 minutes, let's just stay really focused on this message and what Spirit wants you to hear. So these last few days, I've been hearing a lot about spiritual warfare. And, you know, as a healer, as a light worker, I know that I came with a mission to share a message with others that would help people wake up and also be able to stand firmly and stay focused and grounded when the worst things are going on around them. I also know that it's each of our mission, regardless if we know it or not, to lift up our brothers and sisters, no matter who they are, no matter what color they are, what creed they are, what religion they are. I also know this is a spiritual war. I've known this since I was a small child. For years, I tried to push it away, and it's becoming more obvious every day, isn't it? You turn on videos, you turn on your phone, you go on Facebook. Good Lord, go on Facebook. That'll take you down a rabbit hole pretty fast. And you can just see that things seem to be spiraling out of control. It's become very obvious of what's happening in our world, how those people, those beings are manipulating the scenes. They're changing the narrative to fit what they want, morals, values, principles, all those things that most all of us, were taught and have grown up with or acquired on our own are being twisted into something we don't recognize anymore. And day before yesterday, or day before that, actually, I had a dream. I believe it was Monday. I had a dream where I was once again in that forest that I go to in my sleep. But in the forest, there was battles going on, and it was as if I needed to step to the right or the left. And if I went to the right, I felt like I was on the right path. But when I stepped to the left, it got a lot darker, and just the feeling was just ominous. So as I woke up, I heard the message again, spiritual warfare. So I'm very interested in learning more than I've ever known about this subject. And I tune in daily. I try to tune in every day and do some meditation. I do my prayers. I pray before I get out of bed in the morning. I pray several times during most days. When I feel out of sorts, I go right inside immediately. I put my fingers together. This is known as an anchor. If you don't know that, if you haven't seen my show before, it's first finger in your thumb, and you put all your good stuff in there, the happy memories that you have. And then when you need them, you can go back to them. When you were scared at some point, or if you had that challenge, you just go back, put your fingers together, and it reopens up those circuits and pathways that you remember when you were in balance and you were powerful and confident and happy. So I've been doing a lot of that lately. Even today driving, I realized that I had put my fingers together, and that's an anchor. And I've learned this, 27 years ago or something. And it has become just ingrained in me because I do it now just unconsciously, subconsciously, it just happens. So that's one thing I'd like to share with each of you. The other thing is, in order to stay grounded and also to stay out of fear and live in awareness, we need to open the crown chakra. The crown chakra is the energy center that is at the top of the head. It's usually represented by the color purple. And the stone for that, if y'all can see this, is amethyst. And if you don't know what amethyst is, this is amethyst. It's purple. It's beautiful. This is a stone for awareness to open up your crown chakra and help you connect with Source, with God, with Jesus, with your higher power, your higher self. However you interpret this connection. For me, being Christian, I say God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and I have a lot of angelic guides. And these guides come in, and I feel it usually because top of my head starts tingling. I have other, ways that I sense it too. Sometimes I see sparkles in the room around me. People will be speaking, and they kind of can't hear them anymore, and a different message is coming across. And when I'm doing a reading, I just get these pictures, images, knowings, and I know it's from the right source when it feels good and positive and loving and gentle. And of course, there's times that in my life, and others I know that have shared with me, many others that feel like dark forces, energies trying to come through, and we can just shut them out. That's what we do. We just shut them off because they don't want to know what they got to say anyway. It's all lies and illusions. But this amethyst, going back to this, if you can get you an amethyst stone, amethyst necklace, ring, whatever, you could just have a purple piece of paper or a purple scarf or a purple shirt, whatever. It's all about intention. So whatever your intention is, what you're going to draw to you. So we get the color purple. We realize we focus on, you can close your eyes to do this, and you imagine your crown chakra opening. And there's images of this, I know, online in different places. But it's like a lotus flower that opens up. And what it does is it allows, if the petals open, it allows the energy of your higher self, God, once again, to come through and to bring you the messages that you're striving for, looking for, praying for, begging for. Some people are screaming for connection, and it's right there. So if you can just take, I don't know, a few minutes a day, lay in your bathtub, that's a great place to do this work. While you're washing dishes, even, someplace that you're really tuned in. I love to go out to the lake. When I was in Florida, it was always the beach, the river. Water's just fantastic as well. It's really good for opening up your energy centers and connecting with your emotions and such. And imagining that opening up and that energy. And I always see it as a white light. Other people tell me different things, but I see it as a white light, and it just kind of showers down. And I imagine it coming down through my head. Like I said, by now my head's usually tingling. And I ask for, usually before I start, but sometimes I don't really ask anything. I just get a suggestion in my mind that, I need to ask for peace or for healing for someone, or information on what herbs to use, or what should I do with my eating habits, or whatever. When my children are in need, or my grandchildren, or my friends, like this crazy hurricane thing going on down in Florida. I've got friends down there, I've got family there, and I've been getting messages for days now about, this Franklin and Idalia, these two storms, and I'm shown how to handle that and how to project those moving away and to stay in balance, because it's scary when your friends call you and tell you they're losing their roof and, their house is flooding, and, it's scary. It really is. And you feel kind of helpless. So if I go there, I don't feel helpless anymore. I have no fear. I have only awareness, and I get grounded. And once I'm grounded and centered, my guides start talking to me. And they give me a lot more information than what I ask for usually. And again, I'm going to suggest that you get a journal if you don't have one for this show, and just have a journal, keep a little pocket tablet notebook with you, and have a big journal too. Get you some crayons, markers, pastels, chalks, charcoal, whatever. If you've never drawn, doesn't matter. Colored crayons, doesn't matter. Coloring books, and allow yourself to have that creativity while you sit down and channel the information to paper, or you can record it on your phone or a recorder, or make a video, whatever, however you find comfort to keep this information. Because if you're like me, when it's over, you're going to lose a lot of that memory. And when I'm really channeling at a high level and I'm giving information, people will come back often and say, remember you said about Aunt Mary? And I'll say, no, not really. I kind of remember, but I really don't. And that's why I like to record my sessions when my clients allow it. It's very important to be able to go back and get that information. And I have notebooks. I have notebooks everywhere. I have tablets. I use all different things because usually I'm not near one notebook. So I end up just kind of tearing out pages and taping and pasting and stapling them into a big like 3-ring binder sometimes. Just whatever you got to do. So if you're really curious and you're really serious about stepping up and moving into this light worker, healer, spiritual warrior position, then this is a really good way to get started. A really good way. And if you're already doing it, hey, share, holler at me and let me know what it is that, I can do and I can learn from you, because I'm all about that, all about that. It's really cool when we can do these things for each other. So, hi, I'm going to take my caller now. Hi, Graciela in St. Petersburg, Florida. That's my home. How are you tonight?
Fine, thank you.
Great. I'm
Hello?
glad you called. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Graciela? Hi. How can I help you?
Hi. I don't know. You said you were giving away free readings tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think I need one?
I feel like you have some burning questions that you'd like answers to, for sure.
Okay. What's going on in my life?
I have a sense that you're trying to make changes and you're having a hard time with that.
Okay.
And for some reason, I see a little girl over here to my right side. You have a little girl that's in spirit?
Hmm?
Is there a
How
little
little?
girl that you... Hello?
Hello? Yes, go ahead.
Oh, she's coming to me probably 10 years old, maybe 8, 10 years old. But it's like I see her smaller and then she's gotten bigger. So I'm not sure what exactly this means. 6, 8, 10 years old?
That's my daughter.
Okay. And your daughter's with you?
Yes.
Okay. Are you concerned about your daughter?
Yes, I am. Is she doing well?
I get a sense that she's being challenged. I really hate to give readings with any kind of bad, news or anything. So this is not comfortable for me, to be honest with you. I feel like there's something going on with her health.
Okay.
And is there something with anger around this child? I'm getting hot. I don't know if you can
Not
see,
that
but I'm
I'm
starting to
aware of.
sweat. Like, has she been sick? Hello?
Hello?
Hi. We keep losing connection. Is there a storm there right now?
I am here, yes. I think we have a bad connection. That's what I think it is.
Yeah. Well, our producer's saying we're both good on this side, so I guess we just keep going and do our best to to stay connected here. Is this child struggling with something?
If she's what?
Is she struggling? Is she having a problem? Something happening with her?
No, not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. Okay. I just sense that there's something going on with her with a lot of anger, and then it's like affecting her health.
Okay. I don't see that, but I'll open my eyes and look more.
Yeah, and give her a safe space to talk to you. She needs to know that it's okay, that she can share whatever is happening with her with you. Now, I also see an older woman. This woman has gray hair. She's maybe in her 70s.
Okay. In her
Yeah.
70s.
And it's like she's standing behind the child with her hands on her shoulders. So your daughter has this like guardian angel with her all the time. She needs to know that. It's really important that you find a way to explain that to her.
Is it
Yeah.
a male or a female?
No, it's a woman. She has gray
Male or
hair.
a female guardian? It's a woman. Gray hair.
Female,
Okay.
woman.
That must be her grandmother.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, she's with her all the time. I see her. She has her hands on her shoulders and very gently, not like she isn't holding her shoulders. She's just like from behind her. It's like she's protecting her. She's soothing her. But I just get this sense like talking. It's like there needs to be some talking going on between you and your daughter with this child. And she needs to be able to speak her mind and tell you what is going on. And then she needs to know that you have her back in this world and her grandmother has her back. And that she has this guardian angel that adores her and protects her all the time.
Okay. I'll have a talk with her.
Yes, yes, please do. That's very important. Very important. And just, let it kind of just come out of her. Don't try to question her, because if you question her too much, like most kids, she'll probably pull back. She's very angry about something, and you could probably start there.
Okay. I'll start right there. Because she doesn't talk to me much or tell me what is bothering her, but I didn't know anything was.
Okay. Kind of normal at that age, but I think they need to know that they're safe. They can tell you anything, and that that you love them and you're going to protect them regardless. It's a tough world to be in, especially for children right now. There's so many mixed messages in this world. Is there a question you want to just ask me? Because I feel like there's something you want to ask me, but you're hesitating.
How would you say it now? What does my future hold? More like that.
Do you sing?
Huh?
Hello? Do you sing?
No.
I see you singing. Well, I see you singing, and like just your voice is very powerful, and you have this like message that you want to give out, and you're like singing it, like you're projecting out to the world. I'm sorry?
That's nice. I can't sing.
Maybe you can, and you just haven't. Do you have message? Do you have a message that you want to share with people? Something holds you back? You, I
No.
see you in the future, like sharing your truth. Like you want to share your truth, and it's time for you. It's your time, and it's pretty soon. It's not like way out in the future. But I also see you doing things with your health, like you're making changes, the way that you're living your life. A lot of changes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good.
And if you're willing to do, I'm sorry. Hello?
Hello? You keep cutting
Hi.
in and out.
Hi. Yeah, I realize that. I'm
It
sorry.
might
I
be
think
because
it's a
of the
storm
weather
down there because our
also.
connection.
Yeah. Yeah, it's storming
Yeah.
here. Not really
Yeah.
storming, but it's raining now. So that
Well,
might
I've
be the
been
reason
praying
for
for
the
all of,
service.
yeah, I've been praying for you and all of everybody down there. That's where I'm from. I lived in Clearwater for years in St. Pete.
Oh, okay. Thanks
Yeah.
for the prayers. It worked. We
Absolutely.
didn't get much, just the flooding.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough for sure. So, are you looking to make changes in the future? Are you ready to like do some different things with your life?
Yes. I'd like to do that.
Build up in what way? Financially?
Both, yes.
Okay. I see you changing shoes. Like there's like 4 or 5 different pairs of shoes, and like you're changing shoes, like almost like you're changing which direction you want to go in, and you have to like readjust what you're what you're wearing so that you can be comfortable on that path. So I see a change coming from you. Are you interested in working in the medical field? Do you work around medicine or take care of people?
Yes, I do. I take care of people.
Okay. Okay. Well, you're going to go into something else that's similar to that, but not the same. It feels like you're putting on these other shoes, and it sounds funny, but it's like you have on like work tennis shoes, but you're going into sandals. So it's something. Maybe that's the singing
Like
part.
I'm going to change my career.
Yes. Yes, definitely. Do you sing in church? You don't sing anywhere.
No. No, I don't.
You may want to try that. It just feels very strong. I see you singing in these sandals. So, Spirit has a funny way of giving me messages. But yes, you're definitely changing paths. You're changing from something more uniform, more like work, to something more like play. But you'll be happier. Like you're like just your like your world's opening up to you. And then there's these other shoes sitting there, and they look like dressy, pumps, like heels. And then there's like boots sitting there. So you're gonna be doing different things in this next year. Not just one more thing, but it's like you're gonna be exploring and like opening up your horizons. Like everything's opening up to you. You just have to choose. And you're gonna be singing. When you do, I want you to call me. I want you to call me and say, "Hey, Renee, I'm singing," because you're going to be singing, because that won't leave my head. If you have a pen, I want to give you.
Call you when I'm singing.
Yeah, I want to give you my phone number. You have a pen?
Okay, hold on.
Okay. So funny.
Okay, go ahead.
It's 931 239 2592.
That's 931-339-2593.
No, 239-2592.
Okay, 2592. I got that.
Yes. Yeah. 931-239-2592. Renee Johnson is my name. And I'm Full Circle Wellness on Facebook, my website, all of it's Full Circle Wellness U, Y-O-U. And I'm really interested to see what's going to come from this. I also see like those other shoes, and I don't know anything about tap dance, but it's almost like you're tap dancing yourself around while you're singing. So to me, this is like a big deal, like fanfare, like, you know, you're really putting yourself out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's really a cool feeling. I really like that.
And
That's
you
neat.
sure I'm singing?
You are singing. You'll be calling me, I'll tell you. But listen, I'm going to have to let you go. I've got just a minute or two before I got to wrap this show up. You have a beautiful night. Stay safe and let me know how it goes, okay?
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Take care. You talk to your daughter. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. So at the end of the show here, I'd just like to touch on a topic that's also on my mind, and it always goes back to health. You know, we have challenges in this world, and while we're suffering in pain, a lot of times we're being quiet and we're keeping it to ourselves. It's so important that we speak up. While we hold a space of healing, we're taking care of ourselves, but we don't have to make excuses. We can be who we are, especially people that suffer in chronic pain. If you're one of them, I understand you. If you're not one of them, give thanks every single day and have a little more compassion for those people that can't make it to that appointment, or they don't want to go play right now, or they don't answer their phone. Because when you're in pain and you're not medicated, it is one of the hardest things to maintain your life. But never suffer in silence. Remember, there's always people out there that'll talk to you, whether it's a support group, a good friend, whatever it is. And remember to always go back to that place of balance and peace, because that's where the healing starts. And then drink your lemon water, do some juice fasting, cut your portions back, skip a day of eating, do a little bit more fasting, and just keep doing the next right thing, guys. Don't forget to look up. Your answers are coming from above always, coming through that crown chakra. Remember your purple amethyst. And, you know, get in touch with me, please. 931-239-2592. I really appreciate your time. I hope you'll have a beautiful night, and I can't wait to see you next week. Take care, guys. Love you. Good night.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot. And here we are in a sweltering mid-August night. My gosh, it's 72 degrees out there. What am I going to do? Wait a minute, what? Yeah, it's been weird here. It's been really cool, man. Cool. Yeah, it's cool. Gets any cooler, I'm going to go walking around saying daddy-o and playing bongos. This happened. The summers have been pretty mild in the last few years here. Don't want to get into any political stuff about that, but the point is that even though that we had a few days where the temperature hit a little over 90, it always went down into the 70s at night. So it's livable, it's bearable, and I enjoy it. And I have no problem. And I'll tell you why. I have no problem with being hot in the summer. And I just don't like being cold in the winter. I mean, I crave warmth. I just don't want to be cold. I hate cold. When I was a little boy, we would go on vacation in August, the hottest time, and we'd go swimming in a beautiful lake upstate. And I'd come out shivering. I just don't like cold. But that said, the thing is, heat is a problem for a lot of people I know, because when they go to work or when they go shopping, they go visiting people, everything is air conditioned. You get on the subway, it's air conditioned. You get, that used to be one thing that we were sure of in New York, was that you'd sweat your head off in the subway. The buses are all air conditioned. Everything is air conditioned now. The school next door, I mean, I live right next to a high school. Now we get high schools, you remember, we all got the summer off and we'd go play. And that reason we got the summer off was for the same reason that the theater would close down in the summer. It's hot, but not anymore. You see, every window in the school building has an air conditioner in it now. Now, when you do that, you see, if you work all day in an air-conditioned office, or you ride the air-conditioned buses and subways, or even the taxis are air-conditioned, and then you go home and it's warm because you don't have an air conditioner on, that can really be a shocking and abrupt change, and it can be extremely uncomfortable. On the other hand, being essentially a hermit, I don't care if it's warm here. I mean, it's no big deal. It's not hot enough to make my candles droop. Now that sounds like a euphemism, I know, but it's not. Keep your minds out of the gutter. It's not. But there was a summer that was very bad, and the candles drooped. The candles, my candles just down. But yeah, we've had a lot of hot times here. But as I've said before, I live in an ancient building from the 19th century, and it was designed for cross ventilation, and that's what we've got, man, cross ventilation. But I can understand. See, there came a time years ago when we would put the air conditioning on. We used to be able to hold out to like July 4th without air conditioning, and then it would get brutal. But once you turn it on, you see, you can't stop. You have to keep it going. And I mean, I hear air conditioners going out the window. I can hear them in the backyard window, even when it's 72 degrees out. So, and I understand why, because we're accustomed to that. I personally don't like air conditioning, and I have no problem with being warm in the winter. In the summer, I have no problem with being a little cold in the winter, but I don't like cold. So I will have blankets and I will have all kinds of stuff going. It's cold is more dangerous than heat, apparently, but I don't like. Let me put it this way: I crave warmth. I do. I just crave warmth, and this is my time of year. Now we're rounding up into September, which is hurricane season, and that should be fun. That's another thing the news was wonderful with. Often I mention that the news will try to just spend all of its time scaring you. There's a headline in New York today that says, "New York could." Now, I want you to remember that word. New York could be battered by 11 hurricanes this season. And then again, it could not, I suppose, is what that implies. I spent many, many years in the news business. I was about to say news racket, but I'm too genteel for that. I spent many years in the news dodge. And let me tell you something. You can ignore any story with the word could in the headline. Just don't bother with it, because that's designed just to scare you. Now, speaking of scared, I wanted to commemorate something that I'm glad to be here. I missed a few shows because I was ill, but in 2013, after I'd been doing the show for like a year and a half, and speaking of air conditioning, right, in late July of 2013, I started shivering. It was very cold, and I asked my wife if she would be so kind as to turn down the air conditioning. And she informed me that the air conditioning wasn't on. And I was freezing and the air conditioning wasn't on. So we checked my temperature. We got the good old thermometer out, and I was running a temperature north of 103. And we immediately hied our little selves off to the hospital, which began a very bizarre odyssey that found me in the hospital at least a week. It might have been 2 weeks. I know, but they put me in a room. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. They were angry with me. That's the one thing. My faith in the medical sciences started to break down at that point when one doctor yelled at me, "You're not presenting properly." I'm sitting there dying. I'm throwing up at every move. I've got 103 fever. I don't know what's going on. And they never did find out exactly what happened, except that I had picked up an infection. A couple of weeks earlier, I had had kidney stone surgery, routine surgery. Don't even, every time I hear routine surgery, the only thing that could go wrong went wrong. Something wasn't sterilized properly, and I got sick. I picked up a bacteriological infection. To this day, they don't know what it was, but they gave up on me. They absolutely gave up on me. They put me in a room where everybody went to die. There was a nice young nurse there. She was obviously in the beginning of her nurse career, and she couldn't hack it. She went crazy. She started screaming because everyone in that room died. And then they would just replace them with somebody else who died. And I was in that room, right? Hooked up to machinery that was beeping and playing video games and all that. And I had this bizarre notion that I wasn't going to die. I wasn't quite ready for that. So I did, I marshaled my mental energy, which is important. This is one of the reasons that it's a mistake, I think, for humans not to learn the skill of meditating, because it's a very difficult thing. And it's easy to give up on meditating. When you meditate, you try to clear your mind, and your mind doesn't like to be cleared. Your mind is going to rebel. Your mind is going to attack you. Aleister Crowley wrote a whole diary of his working on trying to meditate, and he would make a notation in it every time he lost his concentration. He called it a break, and he had more breaks every moment, every few minutes, until he started having fewer and fewer breaks, and then he knew he had mastered the meditation when there were no breaks. Well, I haven't mastered it myself, but at that point, I had a motivation, which is I didn't want to die. So I marshaled my strength and my meditation, and I took control of my breathing, and I took control of my respiration. And then I think, to the shock of the people there, I started playing games with the machine that I was hooked up to. It was just doing this beep, beep, and the little thing was moving up and down. It was, like the sonar in Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea or something. And I started to play games with it. I started to make it move the way I wanted it to move. And one nurse knew what I was doing and came over and gave me that, caught with your hand in the cookie jar look, and said, "You're playing around with us, aren't you? But I know you're sick, so what are you doing?" And I just said, I am keeping my mind busy so that I don't die like everybody else in this room. They were just wheeling them out, man. Yeah, they were literally wheeling them out and wheeling new ones in. You know what that does to your mind when they stick you in a room where you're supposed to die? I mean, right then and there, many people would just give up. But I didn't. I couldn't. I wasn't ready to. I'd only been doing this show for a year and a half at that time, and I wouldn't be here now to talk to you if I had given up. And there were, I got through. I pulled through that. They had to stick something in my arm to run a tube into my heart to feed me a certain kind of antibiotic, which they lovingly call the drug of final resort. You love hearing that kind of stuff. Couldn't they just be a little more upbeat, a little more positive? But they did that, and that was, I've talked about that before, and I may even have that in my website. I know I have it in one of my books. It's a very uncomfortable procedure where they stick this thing up your arm and run it into your heart. And I said to there were two doctors that were doing this, and I said, would it help you any if I just went to sleep? And they started laughing. Said, trust me, you're not going to go to sleep. I said, okay. And next thing I know, they were waking me up and saying, how did you do that? How did you do that? I've been doing this for 25 years. Nobody's ever fallen asleep while we do this. This is painful and uncomfortable. What did you do? And I explained to them it was just a matter of mind power. And I mentioned my book, Bending Spoons with the Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, although I think I left the bending spoons part out because, scientists don't like that. It bothers them. So I just simply said, I wrote a book about mind power, and you didn't want me in your way while you were doing this, so I went to sleep, And they said, this is amazing. This could be a big breakthrough. We have to discuss this with you. Now, of course, that was 10 years ago this week, and I have not heard from them. You know that they weren't going to talk to me. They didn't care. They were just shocked that something out of the ordinary happened, and within 45 minutes of walking out of the room, they convinced themselves that it was their imagination, I'm sure. But the point that I'm trying to make is I did some heavy-duty reflecting, there's a good word, reflectioning on life, because they stuck me in a room where they expected me to die. They had told my wife that I was going to die. I mean, everybody was prepared for me to be dead. This was 10 years ago this week. And I fooled them, I hope. Could you imagine? What if I did die? Ooh, that's eerie. That's creepy. Then I'm just a ghost. But I know I'm not a ghost because I stubbed my toe the other day. And brother, that hurt. So, you see, the thing is, I'm making my way gently to this point, which is, don't let other people, whether it be the news or doctors or friends, don't let them put ideas in your head that you don't want. Don't let them put ideas in your head that you reject. Because even the slightest bit of doubt, even the slightest bit of questioning at the wrong time can kill you. Now, that's not to say you must never question things. Of course you question things. You question things all the time, especially authority, folks. Think for yourself and question authority. And if they get angry that you're questioning authority, so what? But don't they made, see, what they did for me to help me in my moment of illness was they thought that the best thing they could do was to make me very comfortable while I died. Now think about that. While I died, and then they stuck me in a room. I mean, you have no idea what that was like, to be in a room where, you can't even get into a conversation with somebody because they're gone. People were just dying and getting wheeled out and new ones coming in. Families were crying and grieving and then leaving, and then new families came in, and then new people, they all just died. I don't even want to go into the smell of that room, but you've got to develop your mind. This is something that people don't do, and this is something that's worth doing. Now, there are a few books. I mentioned that book, Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. That will help you. My book will help you to organize the way you structure your mind. It's not going to tell you what to think. It's not going to tell you how to think. It's going to tell you how to use your mind. That's all. That's all I mean. You want to go to mojoacademy.org, and you can look up that book, and you'll see a short video clip there of me using my mind to make something move. No trick photography, nothing like that at all. You just take a look at it. And if you don't believe me, when you see it, send me an email, and I'll talk to you about it and tell you how the whole thing, I could go to the details of that, because you can do it too. You can do it too. I showed my wife how to do that. She made something move too. And she told a friend of hers, she said, you can't do that. You see how people are? You can't do that. You can't do that. Of course you can do that. Our mind is more powerful than you know. Now, in conjunction with that, there's another book, a wonderful book that is a forgotten book from the 1940s, maybe late 30s, early 40s, which has been reissued by Mojo Academy Publishing, Mojo Brothers Press, which I think is worth a look. It's called You Can Live Forever. Now, this is not about spending the rest of your life in eternity here. It's a philosophical thing about what we leave behind. But I do think that if I were to recommend two books, as I reflect back on this experience from 10 years ago, and I'm so glad that I didn't croak, because then I wouldn't be here with you today. I'm so glad. Just the the 2 points I learned was don't let anybody stick. See, remember, I told you the doctor was mad at me because I wasn't being ill the way she wanted me to be ill. You're not presenting properly, she said. And I was, the onus is on me. I'm supposed to read medical books and know how I'm supposed to be. I'm dying, for God's sake. Stop that, lady. That's what I thought, but out loud, I just ignored her. So there was no out loud. Don't let people put these ideas into your head. Just don't. Okay. Now, you know what I'm talking about because you've all had you've had ideas and somebody threw damp water on them. Damp water. What kind of a redundancy is it? Well, I guess it could have been ice cubes, but somebody threw water on your idea, let's say. No, just stick to it. If it's a wrong thing for you, you'll know it. But there's no reason to walk around with other people's ideas ruling your life. And certainly, if they expect you to die, I hope that you do your best to disappoint them. We're all going to do it anyway, but you don't want to do it to make somebody else's schedule look good. Could you imagine that? Being so malleable that, we need this bed. Could you kind of like hurry up and just cease respiration? No. So that's good. So the two books I would recommend are, and you'll find them at mojoacademy.org, are Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power, and You Can Live Forever. And that's a fascinating book. That is a very interesting philosophical take. Now, it's from a religious point of view of a religion to which I do not adhere, but I understand, you see. Because all religions, to me, there's a validity in there. I explain it thusly, always have. I'm in New York, you're in California, and we want to meet in Wyoming. I head west, you head east. We are walking in opposite directions, but we're going to end up in the same place. So you see, that's the way it goes. There are different methods of getting to the same place. And so take a look at these books. I think you'll find them very helpful. And if you get them, you'll see this at mojoacademy.org where the books are listed. If you get them through, you can get them through Amazon, but they cost more. I do them through Amazon because that's how people prefer to buy them, believe it or not. But you can get it for less money at mojoacademy.org, and you can get 15% off by using the code WELCOME15. You'll find all that there at that website. You check out code WELCOME15. So you'll save money and you'll maybe get some advice. That's the best I can do. I don't tell people what to think. I don't tell people how to think. I never even use the tarot cards to tell people what to do. Regular listeners will know that. So I just wanted to mark this anniversary of first of all, I'm stubborn, so I didn't die. Wouldn't you feel the same way? Somebody took it for granted that you're going to drop dead any minute now, and they're watching you, waiting to change the linen. No. That's rude. And so, no, I didn't do it. I did not die. And I missed a bunch of shows back then, but I was still here. Don't let them talk you to death. You ever hear that expression? No, the guy just talked me to death. Well, that's what some doctors can do. There's the thing called placebo, which is, you can find something about that at my website, magic-works.com. But there's also a less common thing, the opposite. It's called nocebo. That's what the doctors have called it. And it comes from a doctor who unfortunately diagnosed terminal throat cancer in a man. And of course, the man went home and dutifully wasted away and died. Then at the autopsy, the doctor wanted to study the tumor, and he found there was nothing. He had no throat cancer. He had nothing wrong with him. The doctor talked him into dying, and they call that nocebo because people can literally talk you to death. So it's very important that you firm up your own mind power. You get strong, and part of that is meditation because that increases the way your mind works. The mind power is infinite, folks. You can move things with your mind. I am telling you this. I've done it. I've got a raw video. I didn't edit it. I did nothing. showing me do it, and I want you to see that too. So now, keep those in mind. Those two books, You Can Live Forever and Bending Spoons with Your Mind, or Other Miracles of Mind Power. So let's get to the readings now. I'm just so happy to celebrate 10th anniversary of not being dead. that I went a little overboard here, but we'll make up for that with some really good readings. How's that? I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now and declare a sacred space. And now we're going to take the first call from probably the most poetic thing I've ever said being on this show, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hi, Dawn. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just sounds beautiful, you know? It just sounds like makes me just want to go, you know? I mean, I keep hearing now I'm hearing Jolson singing "Nothing Can Be Finer Than to Be in Carolina in the Morning," you know? So, but Dawn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Boy, that just sounds refreshing. So, especially when you live in a canyon like I do. So, what can I look at for you tonight, Dawn?
Well, I am calling regarding a very, I'm calling about a person. Would you like their name?
No, it's not necessary if you don't want to.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The person's name is Mark, and
Okay.
we have known each other for almost 5 years, albeit long distance.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very intense connection that appears to have gotten more intense this year after. Anyway, I just wanted to know if you could give me any enlightenment, because it's complex, but it's powerful.
Okay. Have you had a face-to-face meeting in person yet?
No, but there is a possibility in December, but because of it being somewhat of a, it's like when you meet some people, they can be people that mirror you, and it could be someone that holds a mirror to you. It could be someone that helps you grow and evolve, and you trigger each other, and it makes it more difficult, but all the more meaningful. And so it's not easy, but it's more meaningful, and that's what I need help with.
Well, what I've got here they're very interesting cards, but they're kind of up and down, you know. I got the Page of Cups. That's about a new relationship. That's a relationship that's it's in its not in its formative stages. It's completed. It's beyond that, you know. It's like it's real. It's here now. The Devil card is here. Now that's not bad, okay? That's not one of those, you know, it's not an evil card. I know that the movies use that card about evilness. What that is that it's
more about transformation, isn't it?
Well, it's dealing with a very charismatic person, an attractive person, a person who's usually the center of attention, and they don't necessarily seek the center of attention. Some people just draw that, you know what I mean? The only warning here is not, again, because there's so much mythology around devil, right? But in the tarot scheme of things, it shows 2 people chained to the block on which the devil in the card is sitting. And that means to be careful that you don't give over your whole life to that person. That, you know, you don't subsume your needs only in favor of that person, because these are very powerful people. They can be very profitable to be around and very gratifying in many ways. You know what I'm talking. I'm not talking about evil here. I'm talking about an overwhelming feeling that you have when you're with the person, that you can lose yourself, and you probably don't want to lose yourself. Am I right?
Absolutely. You want to enhance each other.
Yeah. So just that's just there. So this is telling me that the relationship is here. There is a real thing between you. That this is a very compelling person. This is a person who you find is extremely attractive in many ways. That's not about looks, even, only that.
No,
Uh,
no, not at all.
There are people like there just are people like you'll hear people saying I'd walk to the ends of the earth for that person. It's like that. There are some people who have that ability with people, and they have a responsibility not to abuse that. The next card is the Moon, which is a card of intuition and unconsciousness in terms of the other levels of the mind. And this is telling me that you should be very clear about your feelings. And it may speak to you in dreams also. I don't get that card very often. It's an interesting card. And by the way, I've got 5 cards
Well,
here, and 3
a
of them
little
are nature
insight:
cards.
we are both enamored by the moon. Just letting
Oh,
you,
good.
just letting you know.
Okay. That's fascinating that would come in. And then the
But
next
I also
card is
know that it's about your hidden self as well.
the next is the Lovers, the card. Now that's another card that has been ruined by movies. The Lovers card signifies sometimes it's just face value. It's about romance. Mostly it's about a choice. It's about you're going to be facing a choice in this, which is a choice between, in its bluntest terms, the card represents choice between the sacred and the profane. You're not, but it never really works out that black and white. I mean, let's face it, if there was a choice that was that easy to make, we wouldn't even be needing cards. We could do these things. But it just says that there's going to be a point where you're going to have to make a decision about this relationship. The only advice I can give you is the next card is the 3 of Cups, which is cups again are romance. Cups are about emotions. See, this is bracketed by the Page of Cups and the 3 of Cups. So the cards are responding to what you're asking, which is about romance. The 3 of Cups is the Ramani description of that is generally the completion of a matter in fulfillment and in plenty. Sometimes it refers to something happening because of friends, through people you know. But the thing is, 3s are completion. Now, what this is telling me is that you're going to be making a choice about this relationship. This isn't going to be too much help to you, except it's going to be reassuring. Let me put it that way. I see that whatever choice that you do make will be the right choice. Okay?
I don't feel it's my choice at this point.
Well, that's the part of the Devil card, which is the person is overwhelming in a sense. You know what I mean? It can feel like you're compelled to do these things. And again, it doesn't mean you're being drawn into evil. You know what I mean? It's just
I know that.
And if that's what you want to do, yeah, but all I'm saying is that the Lovers card indicates a choice in the offing, and that from what I see, you're going to make the right choice. So if you're concerned about making a mistake, I'd say don't be too concerned about that. Trust your inner intuition, which is the Moon, right? But right now, you've been in contact with a very, I don't want to say, you see, it's hard to find a word that I don't want to take it as a negative thing, an overwhelming person. And that's not necessarily bad. You know what I mean? It can be a glorious thing.
Well, if I could add to my query, I don't know if he's going to be able to open his heart enough to finally let me in.
Well, there you go. That's what you're going to have to decide about, I'll bet. You have to make a decision about where you're going to go and what you're willing to accept and what you're willing to not have, or what or that you may have everything, right? But you need more experience with the person. But what I see is the choice you make is going to be okay. You're going to be, see here, I've got the 10 of Cups. It's a card of cups again. You see, it's a card of happiness. You whatever way this turns out, you're going to be okay. You're going to come out all right. All right. You're going You have to figure out what you want, what you're willing to pay for it in that sense. You know, everything has a cost, right? Or it's all benefit. Whichever way you look at it, the decision that you're going to have to make is if you keep this going after you spend some time as people together. That would be, then you'll get the answer to your question. Will he be able to open up and let you in? Okay?
Okay.
But please understand that what I'm saying here, although it doesn't sound particularly helpful, I guess, is that you're not going to make the wrong choice.
Like I said, I don't feel like it's my choice at this point. He's dealing with a lot, and
right.
a relationship that's been pretty much over for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about me permeating his heart.
Well,
and that's what I guess I wanted.
I guess
to
the
know
choice is whether or not you want to continue. You know, again, I
I
just shuffle
don't
them up.
care to do it with anybody else.
Well, I have the Ace of Cups here. Again, you're getting cup cards, so the cards are responding. This tells me that you have a big heart, and the Temperance card is here. So what you're looking for is the balance. Temperance is about balance. Right now, you feel that the relationship is not quite balanced. Am I correct?
It ebbs and flows. It's like 3 steps forward, 1 step back. You know.
Well, you're working through all that. These long distance things can be very difficult, right? This is, that's part of the price we pay for the modern communications. But I do see. Let me put it this way: I see nothing but happiness in your future. I see the sun. I see the 10 of Cups. I see all kinds of happy stuff here. Balance, which is the Temperance card. So that's what's telling me is that you will be able to allow this to develop and see where it goes, and you will make the right decision for you.
I know I will, but I don't know if he will.
Well, that would be his concern at that point, wouldn't it? See, let me put it this way. I have another card here that's telling me this. You're at a point of change right now. Mm-hmm. This card indicates that one part of your life may be coming to an end and another part is beginning.
Hope so.
And yeah, well, the question then is this going to be with this person or without? And
right.
and you have conflicting feelings. I have the Chariot here. That's a person who's holding two conflicting feelings on course and trying to get it moving. But I have faith that you can get it done and do what's best for you. Here, I got it again, the 10 of Cups. The cards are still saying that this is what's going on, but there is happiness in your future. You will make the right decision, okay?
So nothing showing how he truly feels about me.
All I'm seeing now is you.
Thank you.
Okay, so just hang in there and see what develops and see how you feel and see where it's going. The only thing I see about him is, as I said, you're dealing with a powerful, attractive person who can do a lot with you and for you, and the question is, how far will that go, right? That's really the question with all relationships. But you happen to have be involved with somebody who is extra special that way. You know what I mean? So see where it goes. I'm getting the same cards over and over again now, and this is odd because there's a lot of cards in the deck, and now I've got the Lovers again. That's the card of making a choice. So when the time comes, you'll make the right choice. Okay, I wish I could be more specific, but at least I don't see your life going down the drain. You know what I mean? I see good things coming your way. All right?
I hope so. Thank you so much for your time and energy.
Good luck to you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. We look through the magical window of the tarot cards. There I am shuffling them up. And we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern Time on the Ask One Radio Network. You can check out magic, MAGICK-works.com to see 106 pages of the things that I do. My new popular post there, if you look at the alchemy post, I've got a, oh man, talk about it. See, magic is practical. I know magic is not this woo-woo kind of thing in the sky. And so you look at my page on alchemy and you'll see what I mean, because I include very practical things there. One of the practical things is there was an article recently in the paper on how very expensive pasta sauce is in a jar now. Jarred spaghetti sauce. You can run $9–10. I show you how to make your own for under $1. You can find that at the alchemy page. Under $1. And you won't know the difference between that and store-bought or homemade, for that matter, because it will be homemade. Cheryl in Medicine Hat, Alberta is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, sorry
I'm
to
glad I
interrupt.
got on tonight.
How are you doing tonight, Cheryl?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Yeah. And how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm a little chatty today, though, for some reason. I guess.
Oh, that's
Like,
all right.
I guess that's pretty good if it's radio, right? So, what can I look at for you? What can we look at tonight?
Oh, it just seems like everything in my life is kind of all up in the air, and I could sure use some guidance. So maybe just a general reading.
Okay. Well, let's see. First of all, this might be helpful to you. Is the Seven of Rods. That is a person who is capable of sweeping away all opposition and dealing with all problems. So you're very good at that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's good to know. The Nine of Coins is here. Now, this is a person who is comfortable being alone. It doesn't mean that you're lonely. It doesn't mean that you're a hermit. It just means that you don't have to be around people all the time, that you're at peace with yourself. That's good. The High Priestess card is here. That is a person who has depths that see behind what's the veil. You see, depths that lead to the more important things in life, and it's almost a mystical quality. So that's very good too. I'm getting good stuff here from you. Now I have the Ace of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune, and then are you looking for new work?
No, I hope to retire in a couple of years, but
Okay, well hey, that's the best job there is, right? You know,
I'm looking for a little more financial stability, security.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why I was asking, because the Ace of Coins is about a new stream of money coming in.
Oh.
And the Knight of Coins is well, before that though, there's the Wheel of Fortune, which says that the conditions now are going to change in your life, and that's followed by the Knight of Coins. See, that's why I asked about money, and when I see money like that coming in, it usually means looking for new work. The Knight of Coins, it also means a new income stream is coming in. Now the next card, you mentioned retirement, and that's fascinating because the next card is the Death card, which doesn't mean dying. That's too many movies have ruined that card. That means the end of the end of one period of your life and the beginning of another. So that's what you're planning for, is the new period in your life. And the Ten of Cups is here, which is a card of great happiness and joy, and that tells me that you're going to be very well prepared for that. So the main concern I'm seeing with this new phase of your life that you're going to be entering is financial.
Mm-hmm.
And I do see that you're going to come up with some other ways of making money, of getting more in terms of having more income. The Strength card is here too, so you're very determined and a person who has strength. Oh, and here's the Six of Rods. That's about success and triumph. This is very happy reading. It's telling me that financially you're going to get what you want.
Wow.
And as this new period of as this new period of your life commences, you will be prepared for it and you'll do well.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it sure does. It just gives me a little boost of confidence and kind of eases things a bit.
Well, that's one of the important things that these cards do, is that it can show you whether you're on the right track or not. But according to this, you see that when you mentioned retiring, and I'd already had the card, the death card, about one phase of life ending and another one beginning. Now, the reason, of course, that the cards don't really go into predicting death is because that's always there in our future. The further away, the better, usually, But I've been reading for years and years and years, and only one time did I ever see anything that looked remotely like imminent disastrous death, and that's that was just once. But it turned out that it was about somebody else. So I didn't want to talk to the person on the air about that. I said the cards. I got to talk to you privately about this, and it turned out that it involved a child who was murdered. But generally, but that's for all the other cards that were around it. Generally, in this case, it's perfectly it fits perfectly with what you said, that you're going to retire, and that's a wonderful new phase in life. And there you go. And the money is what's on your mind about this, but happiness is there too.
Yeah.
So
could the death card also be like the end of a marriage as well? There's issues there.
It's the end of one phase. If you were specifically asking me about a marriage, there are other cards that directly relate to relationships and things like that. But overall, it really just means that the end of one period of life and the beginning of another.
Right. Yeah.
So it's possible, but did you want to look at a relationship specifically?
Yeah, maybe a couple cards on that. That'd be great.
Okay. Because according to this, you're going to do fine. You're going to cause that change that you want. That's going to lead to more money coming in, and you'll be prepared and happy. Okay, here we go. Not happy stuff here though. This is the Nine of Swords. Is a card of great pain and sorrow. Has there been pain and sorrow in the marriage?
For many years already. Yeah.
Okay, that is easily the saddest card in the deck. The next is the Judgment. The Judgment card is about rebirth, and the Death card is there next. You see, you asked me about that, and here it is. It could mean that this is coming to an end.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is too.
And here's the Wheel of Fortune, which is about things changing.
Mm-hmm.
After the Wheel of Fortune is the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and contentedness. So, wow, this is pretty heavy duty. I'm surprised that, you asked me if the Death card could mean that, and there's that card. It's right next to the Judgment card, too. So as this happens, it's going to lead to a rebirth for you also, and a new phase in life for you.
That's right. Where I'm going to get my joy back and peace. And not that I don't have that now. I have wonderful family and friends.
Oh, sure. I understand.
Yeah.
The Nine of Swords is about sorrow and sadness, and you don't want to continue with that. Why not? Why should you, right? I mean, there's times when we have to suffer through something, and there's other times when we, do what we have to not. And it's, and it looks to me like the Judgment card means, you're going to blow that horn and be reborn and the Death card means that the new phase of life begins. The Wheel of Fortune means that the situation is going to change, and the Four of Rods is about happiness. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So you got three major cards in there too. So it's about an important issue in your life.
Yeah.
Things are going to be good for you.
I think so. Yeah. I'm glad I got to talk to you tonight.
My pleasure. Call again some other time.
I sure will.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Yep. Bye-bye.
And let's shuffle them up. See, that's fascinating. This is what I mean. But some people believe the tarot cards are alive, literally alive. So the question is, could that card also refer to the marriage? And then I read about the marriage, and there's that card. Unreal, huh? I've been doing this for 10,000 years, it feels sometimes, but I never take these cards for granted. Deborah in Delaware is next. Hi, Deborah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
Good, thanks.
Great. What can I look at for you?
Well, I want to take a look at finances.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Well, the first card I've got is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of joy and enjoyment and satisfaction and happiness, followed by the Ace of Coins, which is a new source of money coming in. That's a good one, for finances. The Wheel of Fortune, I get that a lot today. That the situation, whatever situation you're in now, is going to be changing. Oh, the Six of Coins. The Six of Coins is a card of philanthropy. The Six of Coins is a card about getting money, about somebody laying some cash on you here. Now, that could be a gift or it could be work. There's money coming your way there. And the more important card to me is the
selling
Ace.
some properties.
Oh, boy, there you go. You're going to do all right with that, according to this. My favorite card here, though, is the Ace of Swords, because the Ace of Swords is about your mind is expanding. Your mind is growing. You're changing the way you think and see the world. Am I correct?
100%, Elliot. I have to.
Yeah, well, there it is. You're
Absolutely.
you're doing really well with that, according to this. And that's going to give you the things that you want. Let's see. Yeah, that's the Knight of Coins is here. The Two of Coins. Here's the Seven of Coins. All these coins. Yeah, money, right? It's coming. The money's coming. Yeah, you're surrounded. You're surrounded by money. You're surrounded by money cards. So yeah, you're going to do all right.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I'm auctioning off some properties and just, really trying to restructure my finances. And yeah, it's been a learning experience. So yeah, my whole outlook has changed.
Well, here's the Page of Coins again.
Hmm?
Here's the Page of Coins. That's the beginning of the actual appearance of money. So it's not like the Knight of Coins is theoretical. The page means it's here. So yeah, you're going to do all right, money-wise. And I get here. I shuffled up the cards, and here it is again: the Ace of Swords, and the Six of Coins. There's no doubt about it. There's money coming your way.
Yeah, thank God. Let me ask you now, because the ex-husband is coming home from jail. I really don't want him here with me, but he has no place else to go. How is that going to work out for me, Elliot?
Well, if you don't want that, is there anything you can do? Is there any legal action you could take?
Oh, yeah, I will. It's just, I'm just going to help him get on his feet and everything like that. And, yeah, and then get senior citizen housing.
Well, you see, I've got the Two of Swords, which is about kind of like a situation that isn't going anywhere. It's like a stalemate situation. So be careful that it doesn't become something sticky, that you get stuck in.
Okay.
That's it. Other than that, I mean, the cards I see looking into ahead for you, Four of Rods. I keep getting that today. It's happy home, especially. And the Sun, which is healing and health and growth and happiness. Do I have to tell you this again? The Six of Coins. It's the third time it's shown up when I shuffle the cards for you. That is the card that you take a look at it. It shows a person handing out money. I mean, this is, there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to do well with these, the sales, according to this. But with the situation you're talking about, it's like just a warning to just be careful that it doesn't become a situation you're stuck in.
Yeah, I've been stuck for 36 years, and I just want to be free. But I'm going to push him to, he's at the age where he can get senior citizen housing, his Social Security. So that's what I'm going to push him toward, for sure.
Well, I certainly
hope
my time. I certainly hope he's doing better. I mean, obviously he's had a terrible experience, but and so have you. I just I'll tell you what I'm going to do. After the show, I'll light a white candle to send positive energy for both you and him, okay?
Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And you know something? That Ace of Swords is very important. because your mind is changing and growing and expanding, and it's the beginning of new thoughts and ideas. And that's a very difficult time for a lot of people. I joke about you can always tell when you're growing as a person because you lose all your friends, you know. So
absolutely, and I'm fine with that.
so yeah, that's the main thing. So hang in there, okay?
Okay,
But
thank you, Elliot.
you'll be
Thank
doing
you so
fine.
much.
One last card here
Okay,
again,
thank
the
you.
ace of coins. That's the appearance of money. See, money's all around you. I should get to know you, right?
Oh, that's you.
Thanks for calling. I got to
Thank
run.
you, Elliot. Have a
I'm
good
at the
evening.
end.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Bye-bye now.
okay, bye-bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Wow, interesting calls tonight, huh? That's really something. So remember now, I gave you that long talk about a couple of books that will be really good in terms of mind expanding, which would be Bending Spoons with Your Mind and Other Miracles of Mind Power. And You Can Live Forever is the subtitle of the book. It's called There Is No Death. You Can Live Forever. So those are philosophical and practical books at the same time. And I hope you maybe find something else that would be of help. We like to say at mojoacademy.org, there is a book here that will change your life. And they're not all books that I've written. There's a lot of them are books that were forgotten, neglected, or as Edgar Allan Poe once referred to them as quaint and curious volumes of forgotten lore. And you can do that at mojoacademy.org. Magic-works.com, magick-works.com is my website with 106 pages of all kinds of information and free stuff and things to do and all of that. So I am going to bid farewell now and remind you once again that who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become, well, that's your gift back to the universe. Bye-bye now.